Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville, and I guess maybe welcome back to the Highlands of Middle-earth or something like that. We are going to try and do some more plaid. We've got a bunch of guys here. There's one that we're going to try and drag from the beginning stages here and hopefully make it with our nice blade. You can see we did our little plaid pattern just like what's in our photos over there, our little reference pictures. Got that going. This one is a old metal figure from GW. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Great to see ya. Just like this one is, but then we've got some of the. Let's see. I think I have one here. Yeah, this is from Medbury Miniatures. It's a 3D print, and you can see we're gonna make him look a little bit like his buddy right over here. So that's gonna be really fun. Now we got the Oxalis plants too. We gotta get those things going. Those were kind of an add-on after the fact, believe it or not. But yeah, lots of Oxalis plants to paint. I'm just going to start chucking some pre-glaze around here, just because that's what we do. Here, and it's going to move some of these guys out of the blast radius then, if that's what we're doing. Here, let me grab that other one. There we go. Now we also did, hey there, Megan. Great to see you. Sorry that you had to deal with all that earlier today. Hopefully the kids were okay there in school. So this is Angbor here. So we've got the leader here of our, oh, I'm just going to call them Clansmen of Lamadon because that's what they actually are, not Highlinders. There's another one we did. Oh, and we'll see what we could do with maybe some of this, some of the blue wool type stuff. Obviously not as much chances on the GW ones because they've got the greaves, but we'll see what we can get done maybe on those Midbury ones. Pre-glaze is going to be extremely simple, as in very, 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 very simple here. We're not going to do a whole bunch. Mostly indigo here and not indigo over there. Yeah, that's it. It's a detailed description of what it is that we're about to do here. Yeah, this is the not indigo part, which is going to go down here. So Megan, great to see you, Megan. So hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully you can just kind of get back to painting again and just well, and then streaming too. I know that's a whole nother set of concerns and such, and considerations that are involved in doing that. But hopefully you can get back to doing that too. Hopefully the kids in school also means that things kind of chill a little bit too. Maybe. I'm just gonna throw some of that on the phase 2. And while that sets, guess what? I'm going to grab me here. Another one of these guys. And we're just going to start to do some of our dry brushy stuff here. Yeah, Megan, now I don't know if you posted that to the Instas or not. But once there's more folks here, if you have posted that to the Instas and you want to share that, well, that would certainly be fabulous. Because it is very fabulous. I do like how the feathers and stuff turned out. That's really, really, really cool. So yeah, definitely give that a share. Once again, once more folks come into the chat. I know this is a little bit earlier than our normal Thursday affair, but yeah, that's kind of how it's going to go. Megan, there was a couple of well, let's see. I mean, I'll try and shoot you a message with some of the, well, large-scale photo booth strategies that I had. I don't know what size your regular photo booth is. The one that I have is actually, wow, and it's funny because it's really old. It's one of the very first, it's Folio or something like that, one of the very first of those kind of folding photo studio things to ever come out. Still using that thing to this very day after all this time. Let me see. This one's definitely bigger than that. I want to say this one's probably 14 by 4, maybe 16 by 16. So it is definitely bigger. Yeah, let's just keep going with this. Again, this is we got the dry paint going here. Which actually, ironically enough, is well, it's just Leviathan blue. It's actually contrast paint. that we're painting over here, believe it or not. Yes, that can happen too. So Megan, there's a ton of them on Amazon, really, and they're not super expensive. So that is what I would suggest. Just head on over to the Amazons. Well, definitely less expensive than, say, a Micromark or a Michaels or something like that. You do want to kind of take a look-see at the feedback on them, though, just to make sure there's nothing funky about it. And I might even see if there's an even bigger one than that, instead of me trying to make another homemade one. We'll see how that goes. Again, just to throw in a little dry brushy stuff here, because guess what? Once I start putting all the free-handed stuff on here, not going to matter. You won't even know it's there. It'll just look like a little bit of shading, and that's about the extent of it. So yeah, Megan, I mean, I think they sell some really, they might sell ones that are 24 by 24, maybe even bigger. Those are the ones I'm going to look for just to see what's out there. I mean, it is definitely possible. I made my own. I made a gigantic one. I made one that was about 30 some odd inches wide by about 24 inches tall. Just a cardboard box, and actually some of the same kind of LED lights that we were using over our stove. Here, I'm just gonna do this little bit of dry brushy stuff here. We'll maybe do the same thing on the hair as well. And then, like I said, we'll get down to our freehandy stuff, which, as you can see, that really does hide pretty much all that stuff. I think, okay, that is all of our Medbury ones. So here we'll wipe some of this away, then we'll do our indigo. We'll wipe that away, and we'll try and get him more caught up to these other ones right here. So Megan, now I'm super curious. What is kind of the upper end of the scale as far as size goes on the kind of photo boost that we're both talking about? Whoops, I almost threw that in the wrong place. Now, let me find this. You know what, I'll just clean this out, and then I'll just use the indigo with this thing here. Just paper towel, that's what we're using here. Where's my indigo? Indigo, maybe a bit of Prussian blue. I know I'm actually going to have to put some more Prussian blue out there too. Although indigo is actually the next thing that I'll be needing to do the freehand pattern with anyhow. So we're just going to throw this on there, then we'll let that sit there, and we'll just start fooling around again with our other Clansmen of Lamedon. So you see a 2-foot one. Yeah, this one, I don't think this one is... Yeah, I think this at most is 18 by 18. Yeah, I don't think it's that big. Definitely don't think it's 24. That would be nice, though. I'm gonna have to look into that tomorrow or something. Hero Rosa. Smidge of the asphaltum here. Hey there, inventory full. Nice to see you again. I hope that things have been okay for you. It's been a little while. Here's hoping that all is well. No, I'll leave that one be brown. Now, I guess the other thing, too, is what do they have as far as backdrops for it? Because sometimes, especially on the less expensive, or whatever you want to call them, the photo booths are sometimes the backdrops that they have with those are nasty. The best backdrops ever, sadly, came from a place that doesn't exist anymore. That would be Hangar 18. Now, of course, I don't know, maybe you can look on eBay for Hangar 18 whatchamacallit things, the photo backdrop, but boy, those were really fantastic. Absolutely love those. Those were spectacular. No, 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 I won't do that. I will just grab maybe this guy here, and we'll get a little bit of our Indian yellow here. Start to work on the swords here. A little bit of lightness in some spots here. Again, there's no pre-glaze for that to mix into. Just got to be aware of that. That's all. And again, this one has much more done on it. These are, again, 3D prints from Midbury Miniatures. Well, there they are. Oh yeah, the little daggers. Forgot about those. Hit this too. So inventory full. What kind of stuff have you gotten up to since the last time we've had a chance to hang out? Not sure if you saw the little hobbitses that we painted on stream. There's 9 of those little guys. More of them on the way. There's also going to be an army painting series on them. Dude, I might even, who knows, might even try and do that episode tomorrow, actually. If it's possible. Hey there, AD Creations. How you doing? Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Like usual, AD. I want to share some linkies in the chat there. That's fabulous. What do we got? Oh, he doesn't have one of those. Alright, well. That's okay. Interesting enough. Well, let me just change that around. Here we go. Alright, now I think I can wipe some of this away, and then we can get him starting to get caught up to the other ones. Just taking away the indigo here. You can see it's sitting there on the sponge. Now, of course, you can see the a little bit of spattery there from the pre-glaze. That's something that kind of concerns you. You could always wear. We have nitrile gloves, right? All of us doing the 3D printing, we have tons and tons of nitrile gloves. You just wear those. No big deal. Now, AD, you still haven't started printing again yet, right? You got so many other things to focus on. Actually, Armored Wolf, I'll try and send you a picture of those plinths that I was telling you about. There's nothing fancy about them, but that's kind of what makes them useful and, shall we say, universal. That's the big thing. Is much more universality with those things. They'll work with any bust, which, is it over here? Where did that thing go? Where did you go? I would really like to don't know where that one went. Oh, I see it. Can't reach it from here, but yeah, you'll have to tell me where this one came from. But there's a bunch of busts that I have. Now, these actually are not necessarily 3D printed ones, because those tend to come with their own. These are some resin ones, just cast resin. And, I wanted you to take a look at this one. You can maybe tell me where it comes from. But some of these cast resin busts that I've been trying to put together that don't have plinths, these will work really well. And then, extra benefit. Hey there, Chris. Great to see you. Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that AD Creations posted. Look at that pre-glaze getting on in there. So the thing is, you could cut off this post, and then it'd be perfect for a miniature plinth. It's about 40 millimeters square, maybe Is it 50 at the top? I think it might be 50 square. Could even be 45 square. I don't know. But I think it's something that could be very interesting for doing plinths. And of course, I can always scale it up. Right? Scale it up even bigger. Alright, so now, again, we're just trying to get him caught up to these lads here. Now, I'm going to grab... Fine, I'll just use this. Over there. I'll even let a little bit of that get on his face, too. Now, I'm just going to switch around here. Let's grab... Oh, fine. We'll just use this. Radiant Violet. Some of our Van Dyke Brown that we were just using on the pre-glaze. Don't really care because this is going to get covered up anyways. Here, we'll bring a little green into that. Make it even more neutral. So, Chris, great to see you again. Happy Thursday. Still Thursday here. It's 8:24 here. Yes, this is a bit on the early side for a Thursday stream, but that's how it goes. Sometimes that's just how it goes. So Chris has revealed, he's spoiler alert, Chris has revealed the plot of the new Lord of the Rings, a new Lord of the Rings remake. With plot twist included. Okay. Getting some nice little grays in there. Got to think about reflected light there too. Of course. See if I get not too much of the yellow. A little bit more of the Terra Rosa as well. Over here. So Chris can't wait to get some more hobbitses put together so we can have more fun with puns. But I also want to try and get some of that. There's I think it's my no, I have also the diorama box too, but another box of the Shatterpoint stuff. Gonna try and see if I can't get that put together tomorrow. Let me see. Where's the? We'll do you with the blondes too. Why not? Yeah, that's precision brushwork right there. Boy, you ain't gonna see that on many channels, are ya? Look at this. Yeah, that's what you call precision. Where did you go? Definite, just high detail. Yeah. Okay, fine. Here, I'll get a little bit of this same gray over here. To a couple of these other bases, this one really didn't get so much. No problem. These are just tree bark, by the way. And once all the flock and foliage and everything else gets on there, you won't really, you won't even be able to know what the heck, you won't be able to guess what it was. Yeah, that's not Hair Club for Men right there, is it, Chris? Or Hair Club for Orcs? I don't know. I don't know. I'm going to try and go a little later here. Oh, that's what I didn't do. We need to get a little drop of our thinner over on top of that thing just to start knocking that down a little. That was the fast mat. Wait, want to start that breaking down. I would imagine it's not too long before my new tube of that gets here, along with the CeeLo Green. Oh, remember these guys here? I accidentally put Perline Red out on the palette, and we used that a little bit, and that gave us some interesting results. Interesting results in advance of color theory and oils. Hey there, Queez. Now, Queez, have you had a chance to get some more done on your meta busters? I swear, I'm just going to call them that. I'm just going to call them meta busters. Busting that meta. Now, these guys here, these are for my Dol Am army, my Dol Amroth asterisk army, as we like to call it. I think that should be really, really fascinating to see what all of our different guys can do in conjunction with each other. Any flowers on this one? No flowers on that one. Okay. We do have strings from our hot glue on there, though. So they're, well, it can be confirmed that they are blue. But hopefully they progress well. Hopefully they are progressing very rapidly too. Alright, is there any other ones that have flowers? Yes, these do here. They have the flowers is there. Now just grab me some of the radiant green. And we're going to go around the edges of our oxalis plant here. So great to see you, Queez. Boy, Queez, I keep thinking in my head this is Monday. Mostly because of we had to do our Makeup Monday stream, right? Because it was a whole different day. Because, well, of course, everything had to be very different. Now, let me see. I'm going to see if I can grab me my glue here and just make sure that doesn't go flying off of there. We have plenty of other things that we can work on here. So I'm just going to, again, grab a little bit of this, chuck a little bit of that down in there. And we'll let you set there for a bit. Let you set there for a spell. Actually, I've got some more Eldar stuff printing out. Yeah. It's going to be a weird collection of 3D printed stuff and ancient metal stuff. I mean, I don't even know where this... I know where one of these sources is for the 3D printed. The other one I have no idea because someone had sent me those files. That is for sure. I concur fully there, Queez. Yeah, don't blink also applies to everything else in life, doesn't it, Queez? It's not just the painting that we do here. It applies to pretty much everything now, it seems. So Chris, great to see you again. Now I also, what I might do on tomorrow is paint some hobbitses, and then we also have these X-Men of Losnark. So I might paint these. I mean, they would be very, very simple. It's just very simple. Yeah, we got 3 of these guys. Oh, and I don't. Who knows? Maybe we even paint up this Veil Archer or something like that too. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. And again, we also have a couple of hobbitses. I would like to have these at least somewhat ready to add to the Dol Am army. Oh, that's okay. No, that is a leaf over there. I was saying, is that another flower there? And so, AD, if you wanted to share some of your links and such in the chat, I think now, yeah, we got some folks in the chat now. I think it would be worth your while to do it. Go on ahead. Have I been? Yes. I've been using that blue there. I'm gonna just try and lighten this up a smidge more. That's real. He's a real Bluebeard right there. Oh yeah, that's right. We wanted this to be a little on the lighter side. We'll get some more reflected light up there, and then we're just going to do some more here. And then we'll get ready to start doing some of our plaid in our free hands as we say thank you to Frozen Toes. 23 months with almost a couple of dozen. Thanks, Frozen Toes. So everybody, please share that. Check out that link there that AD just shared. Now, how's about some of our lighter metals here? Again, just trying to get him caught up to everybody else here as quickly as possible. So, Frozen Toes, thank you so much. Happy Thursday. hopefully your week so far has been a good one, or at least just mellow. Sometimes that's all you can ask for, just a mellow week without too much craziness. Is that too much to ask? Well, usually yes, but hopefully not too much. Time for some of our lighter stuff here on the sword blade, and remember, it's so easy to just plop this paint on here and then just grab something else to use as a blending brush. Maybe this. Maybe that, and just drag that along. This side. Same over here. And the armor, we'll start lightening these up a bit more, I think. Just using a big old craft brush here. Nothing has to be fancy. Hashtag not fancy. Hashtag no layers. Lots of hashtags. Now, of course, well, now that's it. I think some of those little chunks are from our, well, failed experiment with the glow-in-the-dark pigment powders. So, yeah, actually, that video is up on the Patreon page. We tried these things. Failed horribly, but now we know. This will still work for that oil painting that I want to do because it's 120 inches tall. So there, grainy is all right. Now, as far as miniatures go, not so much. Now, this arrived today. I did check this out. It does have some glow to it, but well, we'll see what that can do as well. Hey there, Naylan. Nice to see you again. Happy Thursday. Well, happy Thursday / Friday. Depends where you are in the world. For some folks, it certainly is Friday already. So, Frozen Toes, again, hope that all is well with you. And then I'm not sure what you might have been doing lately on the painting side of things. Okay, fine. We'll just, so he's actually got himself a little bit of a shirt there, unlike all of our other guys, which apparently had the right to bear arms. Especially our Medbury guys. Whatever. Maybe we'll get him some Terra Rosa. There's here also with the maybe. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. There we go. That's Terra Rosa and a little bit of that Perline red. There you go. So we do have this month. I think is when we're going to do that color theory and oils comparing the reds. Might just break out a whole bunch of different Lannister minis. We got plenty of them. Well, remember these. Oh, they're a little bit tough to reach, but that was these guys here. So, and you can see that one red. See how that's a warmer red than this one? That's, I figure we'll just do something like this. Just have reds galore. Frozen Toes, that sounds fantastic. And of course, Frozen Toes, if you wanted to share, I don't know if you have any pictures, work in progress images, whatever. You want to share those. The Blood Bowl team that you've been working on. So yeah, now is it one of the new GW teams, or is it one of the old classic ones? Of course, we always call the old classic Wood Elf team the War Prancers, because that's pretty much what they looked like. Yeah, I'm sure the newer iteration looks a little bit different, just a wee bit. So that's what is the new one. Alright, we're going to throw in a little bit of some darks here. Now we've been going middle tones and lights. We're going to go in the other direction now. Do I use this as a blending brush? Sure. Hashtag no layers. See that? Sure makes it easy enough, doesn't it? Just a little bit of Van Dyke Brown here, that's all. I'll also go say thank you so much to Pura Vida. Thank you. Appreciate that. Hopefully you're doing really well. Great to see you again, of course. I'm gonna try and get 4 more of these, 5 more of these, if we can, done tonight, because then that would finish up our batch of these lads here. Or at least maybe the 4, for sure. And we have also been doing, does this one have the, yeah, this one has some of the blue woad and such on him as well. So Pura Vida, great to see you again. Throwing Matt Dark back in here. When in doubt, make things darker. And of course, everybody, we're glad to see the return of Armored Wolf. And of course, Armored Wolf, very successful at the Dragon Con painting contest. Yes, indeed, awards galore for Armored Wolf there. And of course, anybody that did the ReaperCon thing and the Dragon Con and the Nova Opens, if you wanted to share some of your entries and such that you might have done in those particular painting contests, well, that would be fantastic. There was the Capital Palette, the MSP, that was the Reaper one. Don't know what the Dragon Con, outside of just, Dragon Con. Hey, Pure Vita found some of those new emotes. I still haven't had a chance to do the, what was the new emote that we wanted to do? Oh yeah, the Hype Train emote. That's right. Yes, gotta do the Hype Train emote. So that's it. We have ourselves some new emotes to mess around with there. The Golden Dragon. So again, Armored Wolf placed very, 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 very highly in that, as in like a first place there, a Gold Dragon. So everybody can please give Armored Wolf Productions a look-see on the Instagrams. Also check out Armored Wolf Productions on Etsy. See all the fine goods made there. Doesn't take very long, does it? So yeah, Pure Vita is. Don't know if it'll be. I was thinking the Hype Train cookie. We'll just take a picture of that, and then that'll be our crazy emote for whatever. Oh yeah, here let's. Nah, I just can't get too much of the sky blue in there, because if we're going to do the same over on his sleeve. So yeah, we'll do the Hype Train cookie. Maybe I can actually draw the cowcatcher piece on there again. I never found that missing piece when I was redoing all of the areas here. Well, it's hard to believe that was one of the very first things that I did. After all the work in the other parts of the house, I kind of forgot that there was a ton of work that happened here in this room to get this thing back in line for streaming. So yeah, I figured it would be fun to have the Hype Train cookie. That would be... I don't know if I have one or two more emotes that I can make. Oh, it also wanted me to make a 200,000 bits or whatever emote for 200,000. I believe the Grand Oracle has the 1 mil, or is it the 1 million? No, the 100,000. So again, everybody, again, please give Armored Wolf plenty of congratulations. So time to go take care of the fishies. Make sure that the cat doesn't eat the little fishies, like what's his name from Red Dwarf, who just runs around and says, I'm going to eat your little fishies. So yeah, we're just getting underway here. Just 36 minutes in. And of course we're working on not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5. Working on 5 miniatures all at once. Oh yeah, let's do this too. I think I might need to chuck another little boom right there. Come on, back over here. I could tell that's going to be an awful lot of thinner, so I'm going to try and grab me a little bit more of that fast mat. We'll mix that together here. Don't want any pin line washy stuff going on here. Now I want to give him a regular type belt over there. Just try and put the lighter stuff in his eyes. So yeah, Megan, one of the things, I mean, again, you can just kind of take a cardboard box, and actually Kathy did this. You take your cardboard box, and obviously you kind of cut the flaps off it, or you press those in to give it more support. And one of the things I did is I actually had a piece of that flap over the top where I could actually stick on an overhead set of LED lights. And then you want a light from the top, and a light from the side, and a light from the other side, and maybe a light from the front. Where's my blending brush here? There we go. So Pura Vida, that's going to be very situational. Very situational. Sometimes there might be an entire session where I don't do any. There could be a couple of sessions where I don't do any of those. It'll depend on the miniature. It'll depend on the detail level of the miniature. It might also depend, is this something where I painted on it in a previous session, it's all dry? Obviously, most people, they always think of the pinline wash for vehicles. So when you got something like our mighty Italian M1340, people would think of that for around all the little rivets, for the panel lines. They also call it a panel line wash. Or down here in the tracks and some of the road wheels here. That's kind of the traditional thought process of it. But there's certainly a heck of a lot more that you can do with it than just that. I mean, that is just a paltry example of what you can do with the oils and, well, again, the pinline wash stuff. I could do something like that in his hair. Again, it will depend on what is happening elsewhere on the miniature. There's no guaranteed time that say, oh, well, this is always going to get a pinline wash. Sometimes I actually do my rust effects as a pinline wash. Since, well, that rust/corrosion is most likely going to happen where water would collect, not on the upper surface. where it's either not going to collect or even any kind of corrosion might even get scrubbed away just by contact. Again, we've kind of brought that up to speed now, haven't we? Didn't take very long, did it? So yeah, Pura Vida, the pin line wash stuff. I mean, on the plus side, it's a great thing to be able to do with the oils. On the downside, it is sort of what people automatically assume that, that's what they're going to do all the time with the oils and nothing else. I would really like people to give it more consideration. Again, we're just going to take our blending brush here. And this is dry. Yeah, this is actually on dry paint right here. So what am I doing? I'm actually kind of scrubbing some of that away. So yeah, that's actually on dry paint right there. Is there a Guilt Tip? Yes, there is. Guilt Tip, how you doing? Boy, please give Guilt Tip a follow if you could. Guilt Tip, if there's anything that you want to share in the chat, link-wise or whatever. There's also a Tea Kettle. Also, please, everybody, give Tea Kettle a follow if you can. So, Tea Kettle, great to see you, too. And, of course, Tea Kettle, you want to post any links or whatever in the chat. Again, that's spectacular. Now, here, let me do a little bit of my lighter stuff there on that flower. Okay, we're just doing the oxalis plants here. So yeah, Gilda, great to see you again. Now Gilda, I don't know if you did ReaperCon, DragonCon, or Nova. We attended 3 different shows: Reaper Can't, Dragon Don't, and Nova Nopen. We attended. Somehow we managed to attend all 3 conventions at the same time. So Pura Vida, it's not necessarily a detail thing. It's not necessarily a detail thing. Sometimes it's just an easier way of dealing with something. Sometimes they say, well, I don't want to have to go in there to each of those little panel lines and paint those in. They say, well, the detail is good enough. I'll be able to, I'll just get in there and do the pin line wash, and I'll let that do the talking for me. Now, it's more difficult on a miniature like this that is not 3D printed to do something like a pin line wash because the surface is not as clean, say, as something like this, which is 3D printed. So Tea Kettle, great to see you again. Again, everybody, please give Tea Kettle a follow. Oh, yeah. Here, let's get a little bit more of our lighter yellow down there. So yeah, Art and Michael somehow managed to be in 3 places at once. Apparently we discovered that missing TARDIS. And that just let us jump all over the space-time continuum. Yes, sir, we own that space-time continuum. So everybody, please check out the Instagram links from Tea Kettle and also Guilt Tip. Guilt Tip did the ReaperCon thing. So Guilt Tip, I think you posted some of your not ill-gotten gains in the MSP. But congrats there. And again, everybody that had success in all the far and wide painting contests, whether that was the Reaper MSP or the Golden Dragon. So Pura Vida, those are all cast miniatures. So again, the one from Dark Sword, Now this one's already sold out. They did not make that many of these. This is the one with the Kathy and the Giro. That is cast in metal. Then the Reaper one, that is a Sayo Kathy. That one is, so let me see, do I have the painted one? No, I don't have the painted one here. Oh, yes, I do. Here it is. So that's the Reaper Sayo Kathy right there. Boom. Oh, by the way, what's actually printing right now are some more of these. And, oh, it's just big enough. Yeah. So it's going to be a little bit, okay, fine. But I've got one of these printed. I'm going to actually have Kathy walking around on one of these things. So that should be very fun. That'll be another one of our Sayo Kathys that we paint. Maybe a couple of them. I meant to actually make those a little bit bigger. So that's very cool, Gill Tip. That is fantastic. And again, everybody check out the Insta links there from Gill Tip and also from Tea Kettle. So I think you can still get the Sayo Kathy from Reaper Miniatures. Oh, I think Sarge was going to be sending the Ed miniature this way. So the tribute figure that they did for Ed. Hopefully they're also selling those. I have no idea. Now, Gill Tip, did you get one of those? I was thinking that maybe they put those in the swag bags or goodie bags. I don't know. Whatever term they use for them there. Now, I also do want to say I didn't realize that they were doing a gummy bear painting competition at ReaperCon. So the folks that ran that, there was even trophies and such. So the folks that ran that, I just want to say thank you so much for doing that. And I've seen some of the entries, which of course, those were really spectacular. Now here's a place where you could do Pura Vida, some of the pinline washi type stuff, because this is 3D printed and there's no mold lines here. It's all very clean. So this is a place where you could do some of that. So you got the, the Ed Pugh tribute figure. So that, now I know, yeah, Dark Sword did the I think the original sculpt on that, right? But then they just said, here, Reaper, you cast that up. Here, gotta get some more light on the golds there too. So again, thanks for everybody for being here. I know it was a little bit weird during ReaperCon, DragCon, all that, because there were definitely less folks around. It was noticeable. Just didn't think that many people were away, but there was that many people away at the 3 different conventions on the same weekend. Lots of folks were at Nova. Yeah, and I know it's a difficult thing for some folks to choose, because they would like to be, say, at ReaperCon or whatever. Oh yeah, let's move that, shift that over just a bit there. Now this is another case where a pinline wash not going to work, because talk about a mold line running through these two hands and absolutely destroying them. So that means we're just going to have to, well, paint around that, so to speak. We'll do the best that we can. Maybe make this a little lighter here. You can always come back with the darks too on the fingers. And like I said, I do think now we've got him definitely caught up to the rest of our lads here. So that was a really big goal to start with here, was to get this get all 5 of these actually all on the same page. Where's my blending brush here? We'll just use this one again. Again, so everybody please check out the link there. Is that an Instagram link? Yes, it's an Instagram link that Guilt Tip posted. Oh, where's my, here again, blending brush. So remember, this is all wet paint here. So look at this. See what this does, it just kind of spreads that paint out. I'm going to try and get some of my other colors in there, some greens for sure. And now there, that sort of accidentally turned into a bit of a pin line wash. We don't want that. Sometimes a little too much thinner on the brush. Starts working its way down into the crevices or something where we don't want it to go. So again, everybody please check out that link by Guilt Tip there. Alright, so that is looking a little more spicy now. Yeah, let's do some stuff over here. The shoes could be another potential pin line wash beneficiary. Again, sometimes it'll work out just perfect for an area. Other times, maybe not. Here we're just again throwing some little bit of light on some areas. Maybe just take this blending brush here where we've got something that's too hard of a line. Let me break that down into a shape. You want shapes, not lines, right? Yeah, we don't do any black lining or anything like that. We just we create shapes. Shapes much better than lines. Shapes are much more three-dimensional than lines, that's for sure. Alright, so that's his chompers. Here, let me just, well, sometimes you just gotta simplify. We'll do that right there. Hey there, Painterly Git. How you doing? It's great to see it. You know what? We can do a couple here. Let's try. Where's our one that's... Ah, he's over here. And I think we might have one. Yes, we do. Let's see what these two, let's see what just the impact of our plaid pattern had. In film noirs. Boom. So, very interesting. We could see the difference on the oxalis plants too. That's even in film noir, so you can see the impact that stuff like the woad has and the flowers, and then of course our plaid, which we'll be getting into that. Don't you worry. Glad that you're doing well there, Painterly Git. So yeah, Guilt Tip. I don't know how many things Van Mooseled. I don't know if it was one thing or several things or a whole bunch of things, but apparently things Van Mooseled there. So that is that's not fantastic either. Yeah, I was not there, so I have no idea. Someone who was there, I'm sure, would have a much better idea of what it was that happened. Hey there, Valfera. So Valfera, haven't really been able to do too much on the house. I did a little bit of odds and ends today. A lot of focus on the printing for sure. Well, trying to do videos also. I was kind of taken away from things a bit over the last few days, so I was kind of trying to get caught up again. playing a little bit of catch up there. So paint's really good. If you wanted to share anything in the chat there, please go ahead and do so. Well, same thing, Velfair, if you wanted to share the dragon that you've been working on. Sure, that would be fantastic for folks to see. Yeah, now here's this is an area where and can see we could do a pin line wash there too. So Velfair not going there this week because we had the baby shower there. So they've got a house full of relatives. And yeah, me painting the mural and a house full of relatives, well, that wasn't going to go together very well. So that'll be something that I'd get back to next week. So gilt tip all of the flowers. These are Kathy's favorite flower. Still have the oxalis plants here. And they're all by Make It Epic basing. So also too, the roses here. The oxalis plants, all 3D printed, just like the birch trees here. Also 3D printed, also from Make It Epic basing. And of course, well, these also from Make It Epic basing. I think there's 7 different ones on here. I actually reprinted a bunch of these. I forgot about the ferns. And I think I'll still have to print out some more juniper trees and start replacing some of those. Here's some more. Foxes, bunnies, the stumps there, bog myrtle bushes, the birch trees and such. So yeah, Pura Vida, when they did the baby shower, I was basically introduced as guy that did the mural. So actually everybody there knew who I was. And again, I got to see the families of both the parents there. And of course they knew who I was. I did not know who they were. So now it's this, all the scrapings, those are done, right, Velfera? Now hopefully this doesn't mean another round of those. Because I know you were just a huge fan of those and you were so sad that those ended. Because you absolutely loved, was it 9 of those or 12 of those? Yeah, I know that you just absolutely enjoyed those so much. Hey, thanks so much, Dave. Appreciate that. So I think they were always going to get a second one, but I do believe that will end after the 2, because it's going to be such a huge money loser. I do believe that it'll conclude. This will be its last year here. So yeah, gilt tip. I mean, we've been, well, especially now that I got both of the Mono X printers going. One of the things I've been printing up is a lot of basing bits. Now again, these right here, these are from Arch Villain. It's actually not a separate basing bit. They actually have 3 different special bases that they made, because they tend to make sculpted bases for their figures. But I'm just using these as basing bits because they actually fit on a nice little, look at a little 32 mil there. I don't know if they'll fit on a 25, like we did with this Aragorn right here. So that's another 3D printed basing bit. That's from Zabevka. And then, of course, I don't know if you saw the little hobbitses that we did with all the 3D printed corn and such. And let's see, where's oh, here he is, yeah. So that's Bilbo Bananigans, up to all kinds of shenanigans with the bananas right there. And then where's Gallagher? Well, here's little Leggy. Yeah, it's little Legolas right there. All 3D printed, him, and of course the tree branch. Again, that's from Zabivka. And again, more of the oxalis plants here on our Clansmen of Lamadon. Geez, well, Velfert, really sorry about all that. That's just very, 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 very intense. And everybody, please check out that there's a link from Valfera there. More work on the dragon. And Painterly, glad again to see you again. It's great to see you. Now, Painterly, oh gosh, that figure that was sculpted there. That's an STL file that you can get, right? The one that you had showed me, and I know Blades was asking me about if I had that one. So Dave, I hope that your Friday is off to a good start there. Again, it's still Thursday for quite some time here yet. We got almost 3 hours of Thursday. Again, we've got ourselves a Megan and a Queeze here. We say hello to Megan and Queeze. Oh, and Belita is one of those two. So everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Painterly just posted. Where's my other blending brush? There you are. So Velfera, yes, sorry that just keeps kind of that's what you call a Klingon right there. That just does not want to go away. There's other various forms of Klingons. None of those are very good either. So can everybody please check out the Instagram links there if you could. Also, too, be sure to give Painterly a follow. I'm gonna try and get me a little bit more on that. Also have to start thinking about getting some of the greens there on the skin. So let's do that. Oh, fine. We'll throw a little bit of the Terra Rosa in there too. I mean, I don't want them to be looking ghoulish or anything like that. That's for sure, Velfera. Might even let a little bit of that green work its way onto the beard. Sort of graze that down a little. Did we, Alright. Where's, yeah, fine, we'll just do this. With a little bit of our, oh, that's why. Had to reinforce some of these flowers, but the glue, that's why. Valfera, as far as the clansmen of Lamadon, I think you can take their lands or their lives, but you can't take the one true ring because that's what they want. They want the one true ring. So yeah, these are the 3D printed ones from Medbury Miniatures. And again, they're for our Dol Amroth army. That would be our Asterisk army. Actually, that's what I'll try and do I'll try and get Forlong the Fat. I'll try and get him prepped up, because we actually did paint him on stream, I think. Yeah, we actually painted Forlong the Fat. Well, the GW official metal one we did. So yeah, Blades, I was wondering about that Painterly Git. So there's the actual link right there, so go please check that out. Come on over here. Fine, we'll get a little bit of that down here. You can see how we really stress about all the little stuff. Yeah. Really get worried about that. Oh, I should probably try and do some face, eyes type stuff with these guys too. Because reasons, of course. Yeah, now that that glue is set, I can go back in here and hit these. Alright, let me see if we can do some expressions with the eyes and the faces and such. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. We did post a new video, was that earlier today? Yes, earlier today, posted the latest video. That was rather hilarious. Oh, Velfera. So I tried the experiment with the fluorescent, or no, sorry, the glow-in-the-dark powders. Yeah, that did work so well, not on miniatures. Now, I'll be able to get away with it on that big giant mural, but not on miniatures. So yeah, that's a no bueno. Using the glow-in-the-dark pigment powders on miniatures. That is a nada, a niet, a 9, and then some. That did not go well whatsoever. But that's okay, because I did learn some important stuff for the mural. I mean, I had read as much as I could about using those, and for the most part, what I had read was, it played out, that's for sure, as I was doing it. Alright, so in addition to doing the eyes this here, just trying to get a couple of other dark shapes done too. Let's see, which way do we want them looking? Have them looking this way. And we'll try and do some of that the blue woe type stuff as well, I think. This guy, I think, could definitely use some of the dark line. Yeah, here. Ooh, where is... I guess I'll just use... No, I already have some stuff on there, so I'm going to try and just... a little bit of this. And chuck a little bit of that on here, and then grab the blending brush. Do a little bit of scrubbing here, and that will take care of a good chunk of the rest. Well, thank you so much, Pure Vita. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the sub, too. Have yourself a good night's sleep. Appreciate you being here, of course. I know it's still a weekday. Still a weekday, even though the weekend approaches rapidly. So thank you so much, Pure Vita. Like I say, there'll probably be some more Hobbitses, and, well, there'll be a collection of stuff. Don't know if I'll be doing more. Well, I would also like to get some song figs prepped as well. It kind of depends on what I'm able to do tonight and then during the day tomorrow. Welcome, Horns. So, Horns fan, like, apparently there's a little bit of a controversy when it comes to some bands there. I guess about where the bands are seated in the student sections and such. So I guess they wanted to chuck them all the way in the top bowl of Brian Denny's stadium there. So they said, nope, we're not. I guess they're not going. I'm not sure if that's the case. But that's going to be the interesting match, won't it? So yeah, that's and there was something about a certain number, and then someone, yeah, let's put it this way: the company line was, well, we don't have to put them in this area. We can choose to put them wherever we want. Oh, that's right. The yeah, UT, they wanted to have a continuous section, one continuous fan section, because it would increase the fan experience. That's right. That's what they said. Let me see if I can darken this down a little bit more. Ooh, that's a little bit too close to a pinline wash. Let's thick that up a little bit there. So yeah, this is something they said, well, yeah, we wanted to have the best possible experience for everybody at RKF, so we wanted everything to be continuous, so there was no visiting fans in the lower bowl. Yeah, I'm going to get more of our dark here. Then we'll come back, remember, and we'll do the that demarcation between the eyelid and the eyebrow. Just got to let that be dark first. Don't you worry, we'll be coming back to that. More my indigo right there. Couple of spots over here too. Yeah, this needs it. And then we're actually going to be using a bunch of the indigo to make our Fran plaid pattern. And see, don't be like Bama in Texas. Don't get mad, just get plaid. That's what you got to do. What? Fine. I'm going to come back again with more of the indigo here. Break up some of those shapes. You know, I might just lighten up the sleeves first before I start getting down to the our plaid and such. Now I'm just so if it's going to be, well, I'm guessing it's going to be on CBS then. If it's a home game for Alabama, I'm guessing that's going to be on your SEC network, which would be CBS. Look at me acting like I have a TV to watch. We did the eyes on him. He still needs his actual eyes there. Get those pointed forward. There we go. Ooh, did we we'll strengthen that up too? Why not? While we're at it. Well then it really doesn't matter. Because well, we don't have cable. Even if I had a TV, then it really wouldn't matter. We'll just have to see what we can find in an online fashion. Do some of our... Yeah, split those up. Alright, I think just this guy remains in as far as getting a little bit of a face on him here. That's yeah, that was what was running through my mind there, Horns fan. As soon as you said that, I said, there's gonna be some other and that's there's some folks down there that are in SEC country that have that. They are not going to be super happy because I do believe that is an ongoing thing. Boy, this is just the indigo right there. Yeah, sharpen up that edge too. Because why not? So that was I saw the screen capture of the screen that everybody saw instead of the game when they went to tune in. Again, there's really no point in me going nuts to try and paint a bunch of stuff. or a bunch of values on the tartan there, because as you can see here, that would all be mostly covered up anyway, well, by our tartan pattern. The more shading we put on there, the more difficult it'll be for our tartan pattern to actually kind of look, well, believable or readable. That's really the more accurate term. Now, I might actually start getting into that. So here, let me take another little quick look-see. So yeah, basically indigo right there, and we're just going to start doing all that stuff here. Indigo. Thin enough to make it flow, but not too thin. Otherwise, again, turns into a pin line wash. That's not going to be helpful. Bring it right down in here, but then we're going to have to start to straighten this out a little bit. I'm going to start doing that gradually here. It's the tricky thing about freehand on cloth, especially where the cloth has been stretched. Now I can sort of change directions here, because guess what? It's pretty much lost in all of that, in all the folds. So yeah, for the folks that maybe are they're fixing to see that game, I don't think that's going to be ended by the time, well, Saturday rolls around. Saturday get mighty close. Again, now trying to do the horizontal parts of the pattern here, and then we'll just go across to all the other ones. Those are the other ones. Those are the 3D printed versions from Medbury. This is the actual ancient, at least 20 some odd year old version from GW. Doing that here. Okay. Straight across to here. Now for this one, for the Veil Archers, I was wondering about painting swans on the... Well, that'd be really difficult there. There's a lot of folds in that particular robe right there. Or cloak or whatever. And let's do this. At an angle from our other tartan pattern. You can see the references there in the bottom corners on the bottom corners of the stream there. So Veilfarer, unfortunately, was completely useless because it was grainy. It was massively grainy. It was essentially like trying to paint with sand. Yeah, it was a big fail. Now it can work on the mural because the mural is 62 inches by 120, but on a miniature, painting with sand is that works for a basing, but less good for painting. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought that it's not quite the best material for painting? That was the biggest surprise. I was not expecting it at all because we've mixed the powders with the linseed oil many times. But when I looked at the, well, here I actually have some paint now. Where did that go? Here it is. So this just showed up today. Now, I've also read about this, and they've also said that that's not necessarily the most fantastic stuff either. I don't think that would work for figures either, so I'm not even going to try. But it's for the mural and maybe some terrain pieces as well. Again, got to get my horizontal freehand lines in here. So when you watch the video, you can see that that's all I keep talking about over and over and over again, was just how the massive chunks of basically grit and sand that were in there made it impossible to use. But good to find out now. Now I know. Indigo. So now we'll do that on our Medbury figures. Then we'll go back, do some stuff on the hair and a couple of maybe the shoes before I come back in to do the lighter portion of the plaid. Here we go. And of course, too, the other thing, and I read this from some of the feedback, is that the effect did not last long. So Velfera, you found the same kind of issues with the streakiness and the not exactly a strong effect. Yeah, Velfera, I think they kind of juice up the effect in the pictures, don't they? Yeah, those pictures probably not the most accurate ever. Which is unfortunate. You would kind of hope that they wouldn't do that, but clearly they must have. Now, of course, again, for miniatures, well, okay. But when it comes to again, our terrain pieces and, of course, the mural, I think that should be fine there. No doubt about it, Velfir. Actually, the one thing that had somewhat success was just priming it white and then doing the glow effect right away, just on the white. And well, if you watch the video, now if you do watch it all the way through, what did it? Well, here, we'll just grab this one here. I essentially say, look, if you want it to glow like this, just paint it like this. Forget the glow in the dark stuff, because there was no way to have both of those effects happen together. So now, for me, as far as the mural goes, I only need it to work where, it's speak friend and enter. I was going to try and have that, put a little bit of a cast light on the fellowship that's standing in front of the east gate, but I think I might just have to abandon that idea or just paint that in the regular way. Now here, I don't think I'm gonna. Won't be doing too much with the cross lines this way. Here maybe, also here. But I don't think I'm going to try doing that, not on this part of the pattern here. We've got, there's just too many fold lines in there. Alright, let's get some more of this. I mean, I suppose I could, again, I swear I have some of the swordsmen printed up. Maybe I try and print up just a few more overnight or something. That would be the printing goes ever on version. Where's our next one? Let's start with the horizontal. Now there, see, that didn't quite go where I wanted it to go. So I'm just going to wipe that away. And we'll do it again. And we'll get a better result. That's this nice thing about the oils, but also if you got oils over some previously applied dry paint, you'll be able to move that around without affecting your previous applications. Let me get there. We better get a little more line around that dagger blade. Of course, I could just print out some more of the Midbury ones, but might be interesting. We could have different clans, maybe a different tartan pattern, or at least a different color. Bring this up here. See, I'm thinking that well, I think I sent you the picture of the drawing. It's so big, should definitely be able to see that pattern in there. But it's definitely going to be painted over white, no doubt about that. Let me get the dark over here. The other thing, before I put the lighter stuff on the plaid pattern here, I'm going to try and do the the lighter sleeves. One thing I forgot to get at the store today was cough drops, unfortunately. I knew there was something that I'd forgotten as soon as I went to grab one for the stream. I said, oh, well, now I know what I forgot. Okay, now down here we might be able to get away with the line that goes this way, because this is there's enough of a spread here. So the tricky thing is going to be, well, one of the tricky things will be keeping, especially Barnaby, far enough away from that, because not only obviously does he like to be wherever exactly I am, but that's also like his corner where he likes to hang out. So I'm going to be in that corner. He's going to want to be in that corner no matter what. So that's going to make things interesting. Can I get one more line in here? Yes, I'm going to say that I can. Now here, well, most of those are going to end up kind of in the darker area there. So yeah, Velfera, there was a few times with the other mural, yeah, where Barnaby almost ended up as a much more multicolored dog, that's for sure. So we also have these guys too. Again, I want to hit these two. They will be right quick, that's for sure. We will be blasting through those 3 tomorrow. And I think what I will try to, if I can find that 4-long miniature that I know is printed out. Let's see if we can get him painted as well. Although I'm not so sure about him on horseback if the whole rest of his unit is walking around on foot. Let me get the... Oh yeah, here, let's rework these a bit. Let's do this line here. Just using indigo. Keeping it as simple as possible. And then, of course, you have the other dog, Butters, who is much smaller. But also means that the Butters can get into places that you don't necessarily expect and kind of show up unexpectedly. There's been a few times where I'm like, what the heck is that bumping up against my leg? And that was Butters. Well, my ankle. Yeah, whenever I can finally get a chance to, I think I'm going to have to definitely, well, obviously do the speed ramp thing, but probably do it in a few episodes, I think, not all in one big one. So this kind of going on the angle like that, that's kind of helpful, actually. It does kind of put some turn and some twist in the cloth here. Let's see, well, we're only 90 minutes in. As always, just 90 minutes in. Don't blink. So those are the two emotes. Hopefully I can do the hype train and the weeping emote. Unless either that, or if I only have one emote and then the 200k, I'll make the hype train be the 200k. I think that's appropriate. Right? The 200k bits, I think the hype train should be for, well, we'll see how that goes. Again, I want to get that lighter color on the sleeve too. I think we got one more with our indigo to do here. So yeah, we got 5 of these that we're working on here. Got 5 of these all at once. So my hope is that if I can get those other 3 guys and such painted tomorrow, then, because usually Monday and Tuesday these days tend to be the most likely days for working on the mural. That should mean that they would be dry enough to take there. Okay, again, that's just indigo here. That's all it is. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the GoFundMe link. That is still going, and that is still incredibly helpful, especially with all the stuff that I've been doing on the house. And there's tons and tons and tons of stuff that remains to be done. It's going to be several months. Well, it'll be well into next year before that becomes kind of a somewhat settled. So now there was, well, this was the one that was just primer to start with, but there's also these other 4 guys, which they had varying degrees of some paints on them before, because I was trying to get them ready for one of those Thursday, one of the days when I went over there to do the mural. The 3 that I would be doing tomorrow, those will be just from start to finish. Let me get the indigo going this way. We'll do one more row this way, yeah. And then let's get these again going at an angle here. This way. Here. So I believe that worked out really well with our other figures that we did. What was that? Our Tuesday stream, our Makeup Monday stream. Oh no, I didn't get the vertical ones here. Let me again get some fresh indigo into this. Now for our vertical lines here. And if it disappears a little bit in there, it disappears a little bit in there, and that's just fine. So as we wait for this that I've been doing here to set up for a bit, that's when I'm going to do the sleeve. Now, obviously not here because he's got the chainmail there. Okay, let's get to some lighter stuff on their sleeves here. That would be our radiant blue. That might be a little too light, so we're going to back out of that, get some of our, maybe a little tiny bit of the ultramarine blue. No, he has no sleeves. And then neither does he. So there's only the two guys with the sleeve, and then our one metal one. Get rid of that piece of fuzz. And remember, even though the paint might be dry there, we can still do some blending with that. Here, we'll get our blending brush. Where's the other? This part really a little bit too dark right there. Oh, some of that blue should probably reflect onto the gold. It's a reflective surface. Why would none of the blue be reflecting on that? Let's see with this one. And then we'll come back a little bit later here. Probably just with the straight up radiant blue. Do the same thing here. A little bit of the, again, the blue reflecting onto the sword hilt there. Same over here. Just take this. And then where's it here? I'm going to just move these two over here because we know those two don't have sleeve. But this also, some sleeves here. I think we already have those relatively light though. I don't think I need to make them too much lighter except for maybe up here. Also probably try and get some of that more sky blue color up there on our sword. Here, let's do this. And let's do this. Now, one thing that I learned from one of my Middle-earth lore videos, I think this was last night or whatever, is that unlike the movies, again, this is another case of, movie Boromir versus book Boromir. So Boromir at Lothlorien was actually given, he was given a gift by Galadriel. In the movie, it said they make it look like he didn't get anything. But actually, Galadriel gave him essentially like a belt made of golden leaves. And the conjecture is that somehow she knew that he had a desire for the ring, and she thought that the ring of gold might somehow kind of help him out, and that would calm his desire for the ring. Obviously, it didn't work out that way, but yeah, I've seen some illustrations with Boromir with this crazy golden leaf belt. It makes him look like some kind of failed wood elf wrestler or something like that. I just that was a little bit weird. Now, since I have plenty of 3D printed Boromir figures, I guess that means we'll just have to we're gonna have to sculpt a golden leaf belt on Boromir then. Just because that would be absolutely hilarious. That was something that I didn't actually know until literally late last night. Where's my see the other two sleeves here? Okay, we're pretty much almost at the straight up radiant blue, but still, look at this hashtag no layers. Where's my blending brush again? See that we put that lighter color on there, then we just do this little bit of tap, tap, tap. That way it's more like 2 applications instead of God knows how many. And yet we have the same amount of blending, if not more, with our 3 layers and be done with it. Again, some more of the light stuff over here. Blending brush. Pull that down, just draw it right down in here, let it mix together. And this is something that we try to show in all the army painting series, right? How to take advantage of previous applications that maybe were dry. So Valfera, that there was one, I mean, if you look at some of the pictures that during the video there, actually for the first time take the work in progress pictures and show them in the video. And that's where I talk, and you can see how it's just a bunch of glow-in-the-dark grains of sand. That's the part that glows for the most part. You can see individual little dots. And just hashtag no layers. You're going to take that. See that? How many layers did that take besides maybe 3? And that's it. Don't have to go bonkers. Keep it simple. Where's my... here we are. Yeah, here, we'll just let that get lighter too. And here. Hey there, Bithron. Hopefully your your Gundam figure is still going well there. If you wanted to share that in the chat, please go ahead. Now, let me consult the oracle of one of my finished guys here. How light did we go on that? We'll go one-ish step. One more. So great to see you again there, Bithron. Find a little bit of the fast mat kit in there. That might just be what's in our plaid anyways. On our next application of that too. So the heavy gloss gel. What's weird is I've found a whole bunch of heavy gel, but it's not a gloss gel. So I don't know if I can really use that for water effects, but I could use it for sculpting things like, well, fire and fur. So maybe I save then Actually, as I save some of the heavy gloss for our snow and water effects, and use that other gel for, well, things like this. It's going to be painted over, like all of the roofs for our Rohan buildings. So glad you could join us here, Bithram, before it got too late for you. We did start a little bit earlier tonight than normal for a Thursday. Alright, one, did we do him yet? No, I don't think we did. Yeah, that should be fantastic, Bithran. So again, the shirt there, a little bit lighter, so that the plaid stands out from that. Blending brush again. Let me see just how much lighter we can go here. Can't go too much lighter there. Here, yeah, we need to get these folds. Here too. Oh yeah, let's blend this out a little bit more. Over here on his sword. There, very easy. So I think that's it. They have the chainmail there, so don't have to worry about them. Alrighty, let's do this. Let's do this thing here. I want to have a little bit of a grayishness to it. I'm going to just push everybody off to the side. So some gray. I'm going to get a little touch of the Van Dyke brown into this. So it's got some grayishness to it, maybe even a little more toned down. Let me see it. This is right about the correct level of lightness here. I might thin it down just a touch more. And I think that's just about right. And then the process begins of adding this in here, in between all of our indigo lines. The miracle of the liner brush. And see how many lines I can do with that, because, well, it holds so much more paint. Now after we do these, then I'm going to do some washy type things on the inside of the oxalis plant, so that has a chance to set. And then we can come back and then do the final two things, the little squares that happen in all the little junction points. Ooh, no, I'm gonna approach it from this way. Same down here. Okay, now I think I can do my horizontal lines. I think as I do this, you can see why I did not bother doing a whole bunch of intricate shading on just the regular blues, because there was so much of this. I'm going to be sitting on top of that. there is some, obviously some wet paint out there that we can also let that mix and blend into. Okay. Now let's move him over here. Now this is the Eowyn figure that I'm going to be using for that diorama. Now if I had that one plinth printed out much bigger, I could use one of those. I don't know, maybe, well, no, that'll take way too long to print to try and film tomorrow. Alright, let's do our horizontal lines again. This is the nice thing, is that the liner brush, this is a synthetic liner brush. You can see how it holds its shape here, right? I can move in all kinds of weird directions. So Bithron, it's going to depend on how thick that it is. If it's really thick, it could take days. If it's thinner, it could just be a few hours. Sometimes it dries in less than an hour, but again, that has to be really much thinner applications. Also, too, here I have to get underneath the sword, in between that and the flowers. That's none of this here. How would I be able to get to that if I had the death grip on the brush? So yeah, Bithron, unfortunately, again, it's not like it's resin or whatever, but it still has, it's got some drying time to it. And the thing is that it will be maybe more set or dry on top. It's just the underneath will be still. So sometimes you can get away with, depending on what you're doing, you can just say, okay, well, yeah, it's still curing underneath, but I can add some other stuff on top of it. Doing the same thing on this port of the tartan. Then we'll get into our oxalis leaves, and then maybe some of the hair on some of these guys. So yeah, Bithron, that's the fantastic thing about having multiple projects going on right at the same time. You just say, well, fine, I'll just let that set there. I got plenty of other things I can move on to. Trying to find a few vertical lines there, and did we do these? No. Yeah, Bithron, the other thing you can do if you want to do the bigger waves, you can do them in layers. Also, the other thing you can do sometimes is use, well, it depends on the kind of wave you're trying to make, but you can actually use plastic cards sometimes. For my waterfalls. Yeah, I did that, and water fountains too. And this is the lighter portion here of the freehand design. So this is the metal guy right here. So this is the GW one. This one has just been started from scratch. We try to get him caught up to the other ones as soon as possible. Trying to get this line in here. Yeah, so if you got the clear plastic card, you can kind of set that in there. I know some folks use fishing line, and they'll sort of build off of that. down into there. Yeah, let's go this way. Again, if this is too light, we're not gonna be able to do that little lighter dot. But I just looked at the palette and compared it to what we would be using for the lighter dot. And holy smokes, yeah, it's gonna be very, very different. And remember, this was a figure that basically just brushed on the primer. It was essentially a gray. And when we started here 2 hours ago, he had no paint on him, just the primer. We did get some of the shading, a little bit on the lighter side. It's making this a little bit more challenging, but no big deal. So yeah, well, here we go. There's plenty of the, the blister packs and clamshells, that kind of stuff. That's basically the stuff that I use. Whoops, wrong way with him. That is, well, you can actually check out, I've got at least 2 water fountain tutorials on YouTube, I believe. At least 1, if not 2. And that's where I use the plastic card to try and do the parts of the fountain that need some kind of support for the water effects while it cures. Also to make it a little bit stronger. So yeah, Bithron, I just, well, I like to have those for mixing things like the paints in. So those are just blister pack / clamshells from the Dark Sword miniatures. Oh, here, let me get this. Our vertical lines in here. There's also the leathers and such. Lots of little things to do. And everybody can check out the Armored Wolf, bestest moderator on Twitch is there. Well, look at there, you got your YouTube link. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for doing that. Everybody, please go check out Armored Wolf Productions on the Instagrams, on the Etsy's. I mean, the nice thing about all the clamshell, and the Reaper ones too, I save those, is that you stack them inside each other. They pretty much don't take up any more room than just, well, one little blister pack, because it's a stack of them. That little smidge of our light down there, even though, yeah, that's okay. Just there was one vertical thing I forgot to do there. This, I'll do a couple there. Bingo. And then you remember seeing where we could do a few, where the folds spread out a little bit more. Try to get a little bit more of the blue in here. Okay, this guy. No, let's do the horizontal lines first. This way here. That's right here. Again, these not the lightest color here. It's reasonably light, but nowhere near as light as the little dots that you'll see. So you can see them there on the lighter line and even the gray. It's a fairly simple way to do your plaid patterns there. Now I just it depends. What I'll do is I will see. I'll print up some of the printing goes ever on ones, and then I might either do an army painting series or at least a supplementing your army series where I paint a couple of these guys from different companies. Now, obviously, I won't have the GW ones because these are the only ones I've got. And what the lighter didn't quite go where I wanted it to go. That got a little thicker than I wanted. But the nice thing about the oil paints, and we've seen it so many times, is that we can make adjustments. Things don't go quite the way we would like. We just make some adjustments. As in, take a brush or whatever and just wipe it away and start again. Remember, you could always take the makeup sponges, right? There's no mistakes with the oil paints, just makeup sponges. Take the makeup sponges and you just wipe all the offending stuff away, even if it's the whole miniature. I'm not really a fan of the whole, I'm going to strip this and start over it. Now, of course, those failed miniatures from the experiment last night, those will have to be stripped down because they actually have a graininess to them now. And I mean a massive graininess. So we'll have to get rid of that stuff. Don't have any simple grain. I guess we're going to have to get some. Fine, I'll do a couple of verticals on that and maybe, whoops, reinforce that a little bit more. Okay, so that's all of that. Now we'll get to some other areas here, the skin tone, the hair, that sort of thing. And try and get some greenish gray in a couple of areas here. Do the same thing over here. So thank you so much again, Armored Wolf, for posting the links to the YouTube channel. Again, this is James Wampo on YouTube. Let's see, the latest one I've got is that water ganassi here. So kind of a shortened version of this is on the YouTubes right now, so you can watch that. Speaking of blues, all different colors of blue there. Hey there, Landrast. So Landraz, yeah, clearly one side practices better prostate health than the other. No doubt about it. You and I, we choose to be on the side of light, right? And practice that very frequently. Now let me see, did I get the... I'm going to try and put a little bit more of that here. A little bit more of that also too, the other thing I was thinking, maybe a little bit more of a skin color in that. Kind of graze it down a little bit, but I don't want it to be that light. What do we have here? Let me get that. Okay. We'll just have to do the eyebrow there again. No big deal. Do the same over here. Might do the hair again as well, but we'll have to see how that goes. So this is the old metal GW one here. We have plenty of the blue reflected there. Trying to get a bit of the ground cover or ground color in here. Definitely blending brush here on that greave. That's much better. Oh, here we'll do this. That's a little bit of the greenish gray. See if we can really make his eyes stand out with this. Don't want to lose the eyebrows. So that kind of happened. We'll have to probably come back with those. But I also wanted to do, where's our one guy here? The baldy sour. I think it's this one. Yeah, see the that whole thing. We'll try and do that on him too. So this is the GW one, and this is the Medbury one. Wow, that's really similar. That is super similar. Now, actually, I got some horizontal lines that we still didn't do yet over here. So let's backtrack a bit. Let's do these real quick here. While we're at it. And a bit more here too. Okay, we got it everywhere else, just didn't quite do it there. Now I'm back to my green here. This is our perline black, maybe in a little bit of the Prussian blue, gonna work its way in there. Give him a little more of a 5 o'clock shadow, or a 5 a.m. shadow for hunters, who knows. You know what? I'm just going to darken that with some of the asphaltum here. Same there. We have an awful lot of light. I'm going to darken that down, then grab our blending brush. So even where there is the no wet paint underneath there to blend that with, we can still kind of basically scumble that away, and it sort of looks like blending. Same for you. Same for you. Here, let's get this. Separate the eyelid and the eyebrow. Might need to go a little further with that. That's a little bit of our radiant violet, actually. And separate the eye. See what we can do for some of the hair, maybe. And as we do this, all the stuff that we've done over here on the tartan patterns. Well, that's not going to be dry, but it is going to be more set, and that is something that we can use in our favor. The other ones have more of the red going in there here, so maybe let's see if we can do that. Well, not on him, not on bald guy. Terrosa. Some of the, well, that's a little too much there. I'm gonna use the Indian yellow to make sure that doesn't get too magenta. Let's give him some lighter hair here. Like this. Is that his hair? That is hair, yes. It's quite so short at first. Here, let's get the beard. Yeah, let me get more of my lighter red in that beard. Then the hair. Maybe even on the eyebrows. Maybe even there. Mustache. Beard. And now these guys. And this is an area where we could do a pin line wash. Remember we did that on the last stream. So after the hair, then I'm going to hit the oxalis plant interiors with that sort of a magenta / violet. That's the Egyptian violet mixed with the red. Whoops. And that's again the amazing thing about this brush versus a sable. I'm essentially using it to dry brush with there. This one I think we're going to go more with the almost a blonde hair look with him, so we won't do too much of that. More of the radiant yellow now. I don't think I want to get any of the brilliant yellow pale into this. Where are we at here? Towards the top. A few highlights back here. Glad that I haven't done the oxalis plants yet, because I've stuck my fingers on those a bunch of times as a bit of a rest. Blending brush. A little raggedy in some places. See, we can take some of it away there. Oh, he does have a beard. Suppose we'll let the, yeah, what the heck. And then the other one again, leave that be more of a blonde. Now let's go back to this first guy here. I think we can still use this later. Yes, we can here. On him. Hey there, Kill Panic, how you doing? Kill Panic. I've been using the oils on the miniatures for basically 7 years now. But I used oils in 2D for, well, quite a number of years. Because I used to do the 2D art for many years, long before the miniatures. Actually, well, there's this old oil painting that I did when I was 13. Where is this again? Back in the old days of 2D art here. Well, it takes a long time to scroll up there. Holy smokes. I think that is that this one here? There you go. That's an oil painting from when I was 13, way back in the day. And then, of course, well, we've been doing the 2D art again, actually, because that sort of helps reinforce what we do with the miniatures. So, yeah. Whether it's a space cape like so, or whether it's a Medjaceld like so. And of course, sometimes it's on larger scale things like this bust right here. Sometimes, and of course, we love doing our object source lighting with it. And here's a couple of examples. And all painted with the oil, start to finish. You can see some of that on my YouTube channel. Obviously, there's the Patreon page, and of course, well, we love doing freehand with it. So these guys all painted again, start to finish, with the oil paints. And well, here's again another little example of what is possible with those. We really, I mean, it makes everything go just so much faster. So much faster. And of course, the oils have so much, they're so much more intense color-wise. It was very easy to make all of these blends here. That was done in maybe, I don't know, about a 6.5 hour session or so. Tops. So say hello to Marco for me. That was he at Nova Open, I guess. That he might have been there. Maybe he was. So yeah, I've been doing oils on the miniatures for quite some time now. I just wish that I did it from the get-go. Would have saved me a whole lot of time and hassle, that's for sure. So yeah, I haven't had a chance to see one of Marco's videos in a while. Those are always very fun. Get a little bit more of the reddish color there. And again, the big three brands that we use here, pretty much in equal measure, 1/3 apiece. You got your Gamlin, Windsor Newton, and Williamsburg. And as always, these two, I mean, darn near identical in price and quality. This is going to set you back more, but the handmade aspect of that, well, that's a for real thing. That is genuine. And again, whether you're doing something like this that has more, I'll say more of the muted tones, or something like this where we actually mixed our own fluorescent orange and yellow oil paints for that. So either way, whether it's a little more muted like this Song of Ice and Fire, or this old Reaper figure with the 3D printed little backdrop on it. So the lamp black, not interested in the lamp black, Mars black, or well, that's really the best, because there's more. Mars black is in more brands. So yeah, lamp black, ivory black, all those are very weak and puny. So we use the Mars black. I think the Gamlin and the Williamsburg ones very much about the same in their quality. I haven't used the Windsor Newton yet. That's coming here. We will test that out. Then you want to use a Terra Rosa, because Terra Rosa, well, it's not just our primary skin color, it's also our primary rusting color. So whether you're doing rust or skin tone, Terra Rosa, it's the thing. And it's also one of the cheaper colors out there. You're going to want Prussian blue, you're going to want indigo. Use lots of Prussian blue and indigo on these guys, that's for sure. Now Perlene Black, that's actually a very dark green color, and that is from the Winsor Newton line. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Nice to see you again. So Grand Oracle, I don't know if you had a chance to see the failed experiment video. Oh my gosh, that was an interesting little lesson. But it's a good thing I did that before painting the mural. Let me tell you, I am really, really glad I did that. And then Valfera, he's been in here and he said, yeah, he's tried doing stuff with them, and it's a no-go zone. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was gonna be another scout thing, Grand Oracle, or maybe another swim meet. So Kill Panic, I don't know what Caput Mortem is. That I do not know. Let me see. Oh, and Van Dyke Brown, but the Van Dyke Brown from either Williamsburg or, I almost said Medbury as I picked up this Medbury miniature, or Gamlin. Now, Brown Matter or Asphaltum. The Asphaltum you can get in the Gamlin range, and Brown Matter that's more of a Winsor Newton paint there. So Kill Panic, if it's yeah, I don't know if that's a GW paint or something like that. Those I'm not going to be terribly familiar with. I mean, outside of some of the oldies, your old Snakebite Leather and Space Wolves Gray. Well, I guess Scaly Green. I don't think they call it Stegodon Green now or something like that. Yeah, Grand Oracle, it sure sounds that way. Sorry about that. So Kill Panic, I don't use the old Hollands. Again, now the Williamsburg, that's probably similar in price range to old Hollands. Also, too, either Egyptian Violet in Williamsburg or some kind of Dioxazine Violet, either way. But this is it, Kill Panic right here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. So about 17 colors on the palette, but that's pretty much the entire panoply of what we use here. So yeah, unlike those other ranges where there's a bazillion colors, yeah, I don't use all that many. Kind of minimal with the paint there. So glad that you already have the Egyptian Violet. I do believe that was one that Marco, well, I think that and Brilliant Yellow Pale. I think he got those when he just, and everybody that's tried them says, holy smokes, there's a difference. Oh yeah, Indian Yellow is another one. Indian Yellow, that is something that we use with great frequency. Alright, let me just take some of this. Well, speaking of the Egyptian Violet here, we'll break out some of that now. And this is going to be a little bit more pinline washy in a way here. So Grand Oracle, sorry that you're kind of getting stuck at these things, and it really, like you say, is kind of cutting into your paint time there and your video time. And of course, Grand Oracle, that video there, yeah, just you don't have to watch it because it's an exercise in, well, this doesn't work. It's kind of like that foam clay Yeah, the same disclaimer on that. Like, if you may not have to watch this because it doesn't work. We know that, but there is the entertainment value of being a witness to failure. So kill panic. Those are two very, very extremely different things. Yeah, they're basically the. I don't use cadmium colors anymore, especially with the yellows. Well, Fanchon red slash naphthol red eliminated the need for cadmium red, and Indian yellow and things like the radiant colors that eliminated the need for cadmium colors, because cadmium colors, they cost an absolute ton and they take forever to dry. Thank you so much, Doji. Appreciate that. This is a super early morning for you there, Doji. Oh, hey, Doji, I actually I finally, well, I got the little YouTube video of this, but now I also have, I got the Instagram posts and got some photos of that. I'll have to pass those along to the Eldfall Chronicle folks. So Doji, if you want to post all of your, Eldfall Chronicles miniatures that you painted with the oils there, that would be fabulous. Again, just a quickie little pin line wash in there. Thank you, Doji. Appreciate that. Yeah, I gotta do the, the fire. I'll just do the fire Ganassi one. So yeah, Kill Panic, it's been it could possibly be years since I last used a cadmium color. I mean, for me, it's just it's the slowness of the drying time and such, which is extra slow. It's more like the Indian yellow just dries at the same rate. I mean, it's not like it dries extraordinarily fast or anything. It's just, and also too, it costs a fraction of the price. Now, this is the Williamsburg one. What is this, a series 2 or 3? Oh, jeez. Yeah, let's reveal. Oh, it is a series 3. Now, I think folks have used the Gamlin one, said that's okay. The Windsor Newton one is not super fantastic, as we say hello to Blades. Everybody, please give Blades a follow. Blades, I keep meaning to send you a picture of something. It's rather silly, but it's the only part of this project that somehow managed to survive all of these years. It goes all the way back to Academy days. But it was we were supposed to make kind of like a restaurant / whatever brochure type of thing, and actually it was for Lake Louise Lounge. Yes, it was where you just were. And all that survived was the little matchbox. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe the rest of it is somewhere in the house, hiding somewhere. But all I know that I have is the little matchbox, and I keep meaning to send you a picture of it. It's very silly, very ridiculous, but so again, everybody, please give Blades a follow if you could. So yeah, we gave up on the, well, I mean, I have all of the cadmiums. I wouldn't mind using them. I even have the cadmium-free cadmiums from Windsor Newton. But most folks, that gets really expensive for them. And having something like Brilliant Yellow Pale with the Indian Yellow together, pretty much you got the same thing. Here, I'm going to actually throw some of that up here. Again, this is sort of a little bit of a semi-pin line wash here. Yeah, sure, Blades. Please, by all means, go ahead and do so. Again, everybody, please give Blades a follow if you could. So yeah, now we've got our a little bit of a pin line wash in there. We're just going to let that set. So the cadmium is a heavy metal, just like cobalt, just like your let's see, so cerulean blue is another heavy metal type paint. That's why those are expensive. That's why they also take forever to dry, because those are paints based with heavy metals. Now, phthalo green, another good color to have, but again, Prussian blue. Very, very handy. Because we're looking for some colors that also have some staining ability. Where's my... Ah, there you are. So yeah, Blades, that's really fantastic. And everybody, please check out the Insta link that Blades posted. And while you're at it, also please give Blades a follow if you could. Let's see if I can. With the last little bits of this here, again, kind of doing a little bit of pin line washy stuff. While I'm thinking about it here. Let's see. So Doji, what's the one that you really like? Is that Cobalt Turquoise or something like that? And that's a Williamsburg one too, wouldn't you say? Oh, hey, Doji, it's Gerstecker, right? If you could share that the link to that again for folks that are in the EU. That's a place where you can get some of the Gamlin, some of the Williamsburg paints that we like to use here. And that is Gerstecker. So again, if folks want to use the Cobalt and the cerulean and all that, now of course my Severus Blue tube is not here, but Severus Blue, that was another less expensive alternative to the cerulean blue, which I liked much better. And we do have another one of these when we repaint this, and I'm going to do it in a video series because, well, reasons. Here we used lots of cerulean blue, but on this we're going to use the Severus Blue. Now that thing is half the size, well, it's half the scale of a human head, but because of the carapace, it's the size of a human head. That thing is ginormous. But we're going to be doing another one of those for the Patreon page. And that was really nifty. Again, that was our first use of the fluorescent paints, believe it or not. The very first time I ever used those. So Kill Panic, that I get all my stuff from Dick Blick. Now again, it's a mail order thing, but let's just put it this way: everything's always on sale at Dick Blick. So a lot of times my tubes of paint are under $10, or even I'm buying Williamsburg paints. Yeah, my Williamsburg Phthalo Green was $14 or something like that, maybe $15. So something to consider. And there you go. That's their Gerstecker. Hey, and Doji, kind enough to post the link to that. So folks, again, if you're overseas, that is a little bit of a resource for you right there. Now let me see if I can get some of my lightest metal colors here. So everybody, again, please check out the Discord link there from Doji and see all those fantastic Eldfall Chronicles miniatures. I will be painting some more of those on stream and in YouTube videos, or Patreon videos, sorry. Yeah, Kill Panic, it's I kind of had to set it to Super Max because again, sometimes these videos they end up over on YouTube, and YouTube is they're super heavy with the band hammers. All right, let me get the extra light over here. Let's move on. Now these guys here, they pretty much already should have all of their lightest lights, at least on the metals there. Plus there was another person that used to be in the stream, and they were told over and over again that this is a little bit more of a PG/G rated thing, and They had a tendency to go to triple X straight away, and we just kind of had to get rid of a bunch of terms that they seem to always want to use. Alright, yeah, this we can get, there we go, we can get a little bit of our lighter color. There was my blending brush here. Yeah, Bithron, I know there's lots of temptation. I know you were telling me some of the possibilities, the considerations for other things. Ooh, you might need to get some of this over here. I knew there was something on their belt. Now, their one guy doesn't have a dagger. I don't remember which one it is. Is it this? No, he's going to have one too. Ah, there we go. That's much better. Get some of the little rivets here. Like this. And then, of course, you want to have something at least like the Mona Lisa odorless thinner. If you can't get that overseas, you can get something like the MIG Ammo odorless thinner, which is not quite the same. It's a little more aromatic, but it's reasonably gentle on the paints, so not the worst thing to have. I mean, that's what I first started with, was that, before I found the Mona Lisa, because, well, that was way cheaper and easier for me to get over here than, say, the MIG Ammo stuff. Alrighty, let me look at this. So now we're going to try and get some of our lighter, because we've kind of let those set for a bit now on the plaid side of things. You know what, let me do the gray stuff first here. That would be no. Let's get a little bit of this here. Maybe even a little bit of the radiant blue in there. Let's see how this works here. Again, this is going to go where the two indigo lines join. Oh my gosh, so Bithron, Burrows, and Badger. I never, ever, ever, ever heard of that game heard of that game before until there's the one terrain guy, and his YouTube channel is all about building terrain for burrows and badgers. It popped up because I was looking at making Dunland terrain. Yeah, so burrows and badgers, that's the game that he really likes. Now, is he still doing his videos, what looks like either his garage or something? And I guess he splits the space with his wife, who does like music or instruments or something like that. Okay, here, let's move on to this guy. Magurte, Builder of Worlds. Boy, Bithron, I haven't seen one of his videos in forever. He was always really fun to listen to. I'll have to try and listen to one of his videos again. So Kill Panic, I don't get any metallic paints. They're just no good as far as oils go. So what I do is, well, I will get something like, where is my iridescent pearl white here? That's around here somewheres. Is this it? No. Where's my iridescent pearl white? And that's from Williamsburg. No, that's not it either. That's not it. So this is the one thing that I will get, because this is basically like metal medium right here. So you mix this with any of your darker oil paints. This makes any color into a metallic color. And I just finished an army painting series where we use that to do our metal effects. Now, where is my... where did you go? I just saw you around here. We've got several videos Wow, here we are. This is one right here. So that's all done with the metallic oil paints, and we've done a whole, again, the whole Gondor series on that. Let me see. Where's that bust? I don't have that bust out here. But yeah, this is one of our army painting series. Let's see, where's our Gondalorians here? They're around here somewheres. No, I think we already passed them here. Where are they at? Well, they're around here somewhere. No, that's not them. There they are. So again, we did a whole thing there. We've done several army painting series. Again, using the iridescent pearl white. Also, then there's the interference colors, and we use that on our Ossiarchs. We also use that here on our Luminath. So it was two more army painting series where we use the interference colors. Think of them similar to the, what is that stuff called? The color shifting paints. That's it. They're a bit like those. So yeah, Grand Oracle contents under pressure for sure, right? With the Gamlen Silver. Now here's the other thing too. I'm noticing with the Fast Matte White that the tube just starts to dry out. So that is the other thing that I would worry about. Well, anything that's got alkyds in it. And the Gamlen stuff does have alkyds. I don't know if that's what causes the contents under pressure, but it sure does cause it to start drying in the tube, that's for sure. Now, you can buy fluorescent oil paints. They're from Marion Street, but these tend to be on the more expensive side. So what you can do is just do this and linseed oil and mix your own. You can also do the same thing with the metallic paints. You can just get interference powders, iridescent pearl white powder, mica powders, mix them with linseed oil, and poof, you've got your own homemade oil paints. So you do that all the time. I have several videos on the YouTube channel that show that. Or on the Patreon page, sorry. We have a whole series. It's called Metals Workshop. And that's kind of a fun little series. Again, just doing these little gray dots here. Then we're going to get to our much lighter ones. So Kill Panic, you can, I don't know about olive oil. I think some folks try walnut oil. So yeah, I wouldn't suggest olive oil. I do know that, well, I know that some folks in the chat have used walnut oil. And I do know that goes into paints. So I would suggest that. Well, and again, you're not eating the linseed oil. I mean, seriously, this is it. There's a little bit of oil in this dropper bottle, and I put my powders in there, and I just a couple little drops, and that's it. So again, if you're wearing gloves, I mean, you could even wear a mask too if you wanted to. Nope, Kill Panic, you don't want to use that. So no fossil fuels. Just, I would suggest just doing it the easy way and doing linseed oil. Again, unless you're fixing to put that in a salad or something like that and eat it, you'll be just fine. And of course, all of us that do all the 3D printing, we all have nitrile gloves, so you can wear gloves if you want. I can't do that while I'm doing the videos because, well, it's really hard to control the video plus have the gloves on. So Doji, that's boy, you would think we would get more kickbacks, right? I'm telling you, man, I'm just gonna I'm gonna head down to Galesburg, I'm gonna walk into Dick Blick, and I'm just gonna Capone that place. I'm taking 15% of everything I see here. I'm going in there and I'm gonna Capone that joint. I'm gonna say, you give me 15% of everything, right now. So I think we've done our little gray on everybody here. Yeah, we did it on him. Did it on him-ish. So let's try some more of that. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I mean, ultimately it does save, right? And Kill Panic, it's well, these are all lessons that I learned the hard way. And one of the things that I always try to do with the streams, with the videos, all that kind of stuff, is just so you don't have to go, oh, wow, yeah, shouldn't have got that. That doesn't work. So the more I can save folks the hassle of just finding it, and it's not just the oil paints, it's also the basing materials. You know, where we found out that the Daz Air Dry Clay is amazing. Other things, not as amazing. So that way people go, oh, okay, well, I'm not going to buy that, and I will save, I'll save myself some money and disappointment. Well, Kill Panic again if you want to ever shoot me a message on the Instagrams or something like that with things that you're doing. It's always fun to see what folks are doing with the oil paints. Now, we need to get our lighter. We did all these little guys, right? Those grids. Now we're going to get our lighter dots in here. Yeah, the Chimera stuff, I'm still kind of disappointed about that Grand Oracle. The fact that those were headed this way, they were here. They were literally on the doorstep, and then they ended up back in Spain or whatever, and then never had them. It would be interesting to try those, but sadly I don't think we'll ever have those here. Yes, that was where we were headed off to ReaperCon, of all things. So we were over 900 miles away, and we put a hold mail, obviously, yet they still tried to deliver it even with the hold mail. By the time we got back, they had already sent it back to Spain. And then there was the mysterious disease of a completely unknown origin that, well, there was no Adepticon, because they were going to try and give them to me there. So just, that was kind of destiny, I suppose. There we go. We're getting our lighter little connective dots there on our plaid pattern. So you can always, again, Instagram, don't do the Discord thing. Do the Facebooks and the Instas. I would like to do the Discord, but there's only time for so many social media platforms at once. Now we're going to put our little light dots along here too. Like so. Let's do this side. Then we'll get back to our oxalis plants. Now I can see all of our little pinline wash stuff. That has not dried, but that is set. So thank you so much, Bithron. And of course, yeah, that's, oh gosh, that was, it's been so long now. Grim set that up. That's right, Grim Nation Hobbies set that up. Boy, it's been a long time since he was in one of the streams. Hey, Mikey, how you doing? So, Mikey, glad to hear that you're doing some of your Middle Earth stuff as well. Trying to, well, hammer away at basically all of the fiefdom stuff. I don't want it to be like a, well, I would like to have an army that is mostly Lamedon, Lasnark, and Vale, instead of the usual, right, Swan Knights. So, Mikey, what you got going on for your Middle Earth strategy battle game stuff? Now, this is one of the old GW ones right here. All the other ones, those are 3D printed from Medbury Miniatures. And I've got some from Printing Goes Everyone. I just, if I could locate them, but I think I might just have to try and print some of those out tonight. I don't think they would be ready for tomorrow, but maybe for Saturday. It'd be the largest contingent of Lamedon probably ever seen. So Mikey, I think I've painted at least 2 or 3 Thranduils already. Do I have? Here's one. Yeah, painted at least 2 of them already, and I swear I know I have a third one that's printed out. Because I guess you can never have too many Thranduils, right? So yeah, we're gonna have like 1,000,000 of him. So yeah, Doji, the ones that were in the last stream, and this one here. So that would be the Fiefdoms. We call it the Asterisk Army. And of course, the most well-known hero in the Fiefdom stuff, well, that would be Prince Imrahil, and this is our Prince Imrahil conversion right here that we did. So that's typically what you see with the Fiefdoms. But then we also have, and I printed some more of these. These are these are the GW ones, but I got some from Medbury. So these are again, these are the Axemen of Losnark here. And Forlong the Fat is the hero that goes along with them. So Mikey, that's either Medbury or Diwali. I'm thinking that's the Diwali, that's the Medbury one. Now I've actually painted, ironically enough, where's my little elf guys here? Not them, not them. Where's my elks here? At some point we'll run, there they are. So I know I did a bunch of these, but I'm pretty sure I think that's the other one that I painted was the Diwali one. But I think the one I just showed there, that's the Medbury, the Medbury one. Yeah, oh, it's definitely the Medbury one. Yeah, the Diwali one is much more dainty than that. Yeah, just looking at him over there, I was like, no doubt about it. That's the Medbury one. Now I don't know if you've seen Dandelions in Middle Earth. That's I printed out some of those. Those are going to be really good for some Mirkwood elves. Yeah, that is unfortunate and expensive, especially since many times, well, I'm sure you've experienced it too, not available online. Yes, availability is the best ability. So again, that's our GW one right there. Same thing over here. Let's get our lightest lights here on our little plaid pattern, such as it is. Yeah, I was very disappointed when I saw the Forge World Black Rider and the Hobbits is hiding under the tree. Oh, speaking of which, yeah, I think you saw us doing the Hobbit streams, right, with all the 3D printed basing bits and such. And of course, here's a Bilbo Bananigans, up to lots of shenanigans right there. And then where's Gallagher? There he is. So this is Gallagher. He has a once per game ability. He smashes the pumpkin. Everything within 3 inches, friend or foe, is immobilized. And then here we have Clobber, right there, beating a dead orc. We also have another guy. He's going to be called Half Pint. And since he's always drunk, he is fearless. He never has to take a courage test for anything. I mean, when you look at the Hobbit profiles, I mean, they have 8 million profiles already. So we just thought we'll just add some more. For our games, anyway. Again, just doing this lighter stuff right here. Where these lighter lines of our tartan pattern happen to meet. Did we do these already? Yes, we did. I'm going to get a couple of the little rivets here on his leather armor. I actually do have a suit of leather armor that's made like this. We're also going to welcome in Miniac. Miniac, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. If everybody could please give Miniac a follow, well, that would be quite sensational. So, Miniac, I know you just finished your stream, but if you wanted to share what you were working on in the chat, I know you might have to hustle off to a photo booth or something. But great to see you. We are painting some Middle-earth strategy battle game figures here. We're doing a little bit of, well, some freehand plaid patterns here. So then, of course, we're doing some 3D printed flowers as well. We're also going to be doing some blue woad on their faces and some tattoo type things. They were playing some Song of Ice and Fire. Well, we certainly paint lots of Song of Ice and Fire here. This is our most recent thing. Thank you so much, AZ Drums. It's like, oh, wait, I just that doesn't look like Thranduil anymore. I think he might be on something. It's like, no, dude, that would be you. Too much pipe weed. Thank you so much for that follow, AZ Drums. Appreciate that. So yeah, we have done quite a bit of Song of Ice and Fire here. Let's see, where's some of our other? Oh, well, there we go, right there. Painted all those guys up on stream. Really enjoyed the heck out of them. Let me see what else we've got. Oh no, that's our Minas Tirith stuff. We painted a ton of Dothraki stuff. At least 6 horse units here. And then, of course, we did the little baby dragons. Those were very fun. And we've done tons of Baratheon stuff. Oh my goodness. Baratheon stuff like crazy. Holy smokes. Now let's get back to some of the older things. Let me see if I can find some of the older stuff here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, look at that from the old starter box. The old start, and there are your pyromancers here. So yeah, that was pretty. I think we have some more Dothraki. There we go. That was very fun. So yeah, we painted a whole bunch of Song of Ice and Fire stuff here. Lots and lots of that. Thank you so much, Bithron, for doing that clip. Now, sometimes the freehand takes a little more of a sci-fi look, but still, we love doing things like the flower maidens there. That was very fun. And of course, well, we've done a lot of Shatterpoint stuff lately. Lots and lots of the Shatterpoint stuff. Tons of that. Obviously, the bases, they don't come like that. We added all those 3D printed bits to that. Where's our Dooku? Here he is. So yeah, we've done lots and lots of the Star Wars Shatterpoint stuff. And where is, oh, here we go. Here, let me get some of this stuff out of the way so I can grab this right here. So this is the most recent set of figs that we did. This was the, I guess the Inquisitor box, right? Yeah, so we painted these up on stream. Let's see, where's our, oh, here he is. Yeah. So again, this was really fun doing these guys. We have another box of those that I'm going to try and prep for next week. So yeah, AZ Drums, I have the new starter boxes. They sent them to me. So we'll be doing that. We also did some here. Where's my... Oh no, that's all my Medbury Corsairs. That's right. Speaking of Medbury miniatures. But Nope, that's not them. That's not them. Where is... there we go. Yeah, we've been doing a whole bunch of Greyjoy stuff. Forgot all about these guys. Yeah. Oh, and of course, well, Martells. A lot of those as well. Now, we also did a bunch of free folk. The Bear Riders. We did those. So again, thank you so much for the raid. Again, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat, again, any Song of Ice and Fire miniatures you might have painted on other streams. So Scott was playing the Greyjoys. Yeah, I printed out tons of reeds, cattails, that sort of stuff, and did a whole entire movement tray of those. That was really fun. Oh, that's right. This was one of my tutorial series. Where's my... this is it. There we go. Yeah. Speaking of Baratheons, that was pretty wild doing those guys. I forgot all about them. That was, again, one of my army painting series. For the Patreon page. Here, let me get my lights over here, and then we have to start thinking about something here too for his skin tones. More lights on the... Oh, yeah, let's just do this here. I won't go back with the... We already do have some of those lighter gray dots there. And I think I've got some... Oh, that's right. We're going to be doing another video here. We're going to take a bunch of the Lannister swordsmen, and we'll be painting those up in another color theory and oils video very soon. We'll be comparing, well, basically four different reds. That's right. 4 different reds, one video. See how that goes. Alright, well, because we want to test the staining power of some, the not staining power of others. Who knows, it might even be 5 reds. We might go absolutely bonkers. Again, doing our little dots here where the lines of the plaid meet. We never did do our gray ones there. That's fine. We can come back and do those. And again, everybody please give Miniac a follow. If you're not already doing so, you probably are. But you never know. Sometimes Twitch is sneaky, and it does the unfollow thing. Because it's a tricksy hobbit. Hey, Nerryfield, how you doing? Great to see ya. So, Nerryfield, if you want to post any of the stuff you've been working on in the chat, oh, that would be really cool. Yeah. No, I'm going to get a couple more of my lighter dots here. Let me see if we can do this. That's where we're missing some. Right over here. And we're using traditional oil paints right out of the tube here. Here, let's show those big 3 again. Pretty much equal measure, about 30% each. There you go. Williamsburg, Gamlin, Windsor, Newton. These two, those are your more economical brands. Almost identical in price and quality. Again, they have some... One has one color, one has another. Sometimes they're a little bit more in one range than another. This is going to almost always be more. This is your Williamsburg. The handmade thing is legit. That is a for real thing. It's really good quality stuff, though. And you kind of get what you pay for. Ah, that'd be fantastic, Nerifil. Of course, then, if you could send me pictures, that'd be sensational. I'll try and get you some pictures of all the home repair stuff for home remodeling, whatever you want to call it, a little bit of each. I'll try and get you some of those tonight. So, by the way, we've been working on 5 guys here. It's only been 3 hours of the stream. Last stream, we painted 4 of them, and I think a 5-hour stream, something like that. Like we say with the oils, don't blink. Grand Oracle, actually, I haven't had that back out on the palette. I want to have that back out there again. Not so well. I haven't actually used it for any rust yet or any kind of weathering. But I have Grand Oracle. I've got that Sherman rust printed out now. And actually today I cured it. So at some point I'm hoping to get that put together so that we can utilize that. And maybe I actually use some of the Mars red for the weathering on that instead of the Terra Rosa like usual. Ah, that's fantastic. Hey there, Elite. So nice to see you again, Elite. Well, it's still a happy Thursday here, but I know for a whole bunch of folks it's a happy Friday. Here, let's get a little bit of our... Oh yeah, definitely up here. Definitely up here with some of our lighter dots. So yeah, Nerifil, if you want to post anything in the chat, that'd be fantastic. And again, the oils are fantastic for freehand. I mean, we've done vehicles for sure. I mean, here's just one of them of dozens and dozens. This is our T-3485, all painted with the oils, including the tank riders, including the guy with the Molotov. He's like, wait, what? What's that back there? Why do I smell vodka and also burning? It's like, no, it's all good, man. I wouldn't have a flaming cocktail on top of a frozen fuel tank. It's like, would you please stop this tank? Get him off of here. He's gonna kill us all. I'm gonna stop this ride right now if you don't get rid of that thing. So Grand Oracle, it just happens to be right next to the other 2 tubes of paint that I'm not actually using right now. It's just easier to grab those and show them to folks. It's more of a, here's our big 3, and it just happens to be there. Now let's do some more of this. Now the Mars Black, like I said, that's what's on the palette here. We're basically trying that out in as many situations as we can, seeing how that works in comparison to the Mars Black from Windsor, or from Gamblin, or no, sorry, from Williamsburg. I do have the Mars Black headed this way from Windsor Newton, so that's going to be obviously another video we'll have to film. Just trying to get rid of a piece of fuzz right there. We'll just paint that back again. What do I care, right? Now let's get the lighter flower colors here again. Now that is set, let's do that here. Now, so Grand Oracle, it's been interesting with that the accidental red that we brought out there. That would be the Perline red. Now here we're making kind of a dirty little magenta that's going to go in the this part of our oxalis plants here. So yes, I've got lots and lots and lots of vehicle painting videos, especially with the oils. But there's about to be some more. Yes, I have finally not just vehicles printed, but some of those prepped, and now I can actually do the multi-part episodes that I've wanted to do for a very long time. Where's that flower? Here we go. There's our flower. We'll be getting one level lighter than this too, but we're going to do our lighter greens first before we do that. Now remember how wet that all looked when I first did the pin line washi stuff? Again, that's not dry. It has set. Actually, Landrast, if someone ever does make an oil paint set for me, dirty little magenta has to be part of it, for sure. I mean, even though it's really easy to make, I think we'd still have to have that color. Still have to have dirty little magenta. Let me get some more of that down in here. This says kind of the most of the oxalis leaves. Where's my blending brush here? A little too hard of an edge right there. And yes, we typically start with a primed piece. We do our what we call a pre-glaze, where we just throw some darker colors over the top, wipe it away with makeup sponges. And then we start to dry brush in lighter colors with a much bigger filbert brush, and then we just refine from there. It's all done in one session. So on stream, everything painted start to finish. However, in my army painting series and other multi-part episodes, we show how to take advantage of, well, actually when the oil's dry. Elite, I think so, especially since not every paint line has that. Seriously, I think only Winsor Newton has Terra Rossa, but only we would have Terra Rossa. Well, Landrast, that would be part of our Healthy Oils series. Yeah, that would be part of the Healthy Oils series. Because you don't want to have problems there, do you? Oh, wait, there's one more over here. This is a health channel after all, right, Landrast? Or a wellness channel, right? So I think it's definitely covered. Now, how light was that green on that? Okay, so yeah, let's pretty much go with the, I think the radiant green might just do that. That's a little bit old on that radiant green there. I have to really break that down a bit here. There we go. I'm going to get this along the edges of our leaves. There we go. And I think the white flowers are okay. Have to remember to do some of the blue woad. Whoops, on our guys there. See, look at this. No mistakes. Just blending brushes and makeup sponges. There, let's do this. So these are the flowers are 3D printed from Make It Epic Basing. The miniatures 3D printed from Midbury Miniatures. Here we are. And again, working on 5 miniatures here in just 3 hours and 14 minutes. Oh, and 24 seconds. So let's not forget to count that. Use the oil paints on terrain as well. We've painted a whole bunch of nifty terrain with the oil paints. Actually, we built and painted our terrain on stream here. So both of those buildings And that will be, so that's what they looked like as they were built. Actually, that's that roof stuff. That's where I would use this, well, basically not gloss, or heavy gel. And then we painted it on stream too. So I had quite the blast doing those. Should be very, very fun to play on. And let's do let's get some of our lighter green here along the edge. Same over here. More of the radiant green. I don't think I'm gonna use the brilliant yellow pale and the radiant green for a final light. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we need that here. So Grand Oracle showing off some of the and Elite 2 showing off some of the emotes there. Now, what was it gonna be? Oh yeah, we want to do the hype train. We also want to have the weeping. I think the hype train emote that'll be for the 200K. Because I mean that's what hype train is all about. So it's only appropriate. Although of course Kathy can banish a hype train, as we found out. Well, and also Prinkles the cat. Where's my blending brush again here, just to take some of that away, take the edge off it, so to speak. It's the nifty thing about one of the many nifty things about the oils, of course. Get the light on just right there. Okay. On the edge of this leaf. Kind of like poinsettia bushes. I really thought these were the flowers until all of a sudden flowers showed up on some of her plants, and I went, oh, okay, these have flowers. Yeah, I gotta get a couple more leaves on this. It might be all of our leaves. I'll have to start doing some of this stuff too. Where's my blending brush again? Just throw some of the lighter color on here. Take our blending brush, and there it's more a matter of actually scrubbing some of that away than anything else. Do the same over here too. Look at that. Keep it simple. Keep it safe. More of our radiant green on the edge here. I'll probably come back with some of my perline black. Maybe make sure we have some edges defined here too. So Elite, it all depends. There are lots of the miniatures are just one piece. So obviously you have to take them off the build plate. Then you have to wash them. Then, in my case, I have to let them dry because the Sarai is simple. It cannot be cured when it's wet. Then you have to cure it. Then after it's cured, usually that's when I'm going to be taking off the supports. It depends on the miniature. If it's a big heavy object, well, the supports come off before I cure it. But in the case of more fragile, dainty things, especially a lot of the printing goes ever on stuff, well, I just cure it with the supports on. All of the Make It Epic stuff, I basically almost always cure that with the supports on because they're so tiny and fragile, you just end up either breaking them or you'd have a heck of a time just trying to handle them. Do I have one that's easily available? No, I thought I did have one set of prints that's easily reachable. Not quite. But it will depend what it is that you've printed. Needless to say, it's infinitely faster than any standard miniature stuff, because there's no mold lines to do whatsoever. And again, the majority of the time, they're all one piece anyways. Hey there, Hootie Hoot, how you doing? Now, AD Creations, if you wanted to share your link again, there's certainly more folks in the chat than the first time you shared it hours ago. So why don't you share your link, and everybody, please give AD Creations a follow as well. So Hootie Hoot, enjoying this right here. So we got some fiefdoms going on. These guys actually did kill at least one or two ring rates. Mostly because, well, they're fearless. So the ring rates couldn't count on these guys just kind of failing courage test and not getting trapped and, well, beat up. But now, yeah, this will make 9 of these lads that I have. So the fiefdoms army starts to get more and more further and further along. I see we have other oxalis flowers that we never really did on the other one. Actually, I had some more on there, but those kind of broke off. That's okay. We have plenty of tall grass flower tufts that we'll be using. Yeah, a little bit more out here, more edge. Oh, yeah. Let's get this edge too. And of course, Hootie, I think you saw the little hobbitses that we were doing. Again, that's with all the 3D printed, well, 3D printed hobbits, but also the 3D printed basing bits, which really made them hilarious. Got to find me my my pumpkins and the other make it epic basing stuff for our hobbitses. I'll see you later there, Landrast. Oh, it's a Thursday night movie time. Can't Landrast, thanks for being here as always. So at least we have some of our oxalis flowers on here. Again, the other little plant that I put on there, that broke away in transport because I didn't have my usual let's see, magnetized carrying cases with me. So Elite, you're going to have the War of the Rohirrim. That's coming up sometime next year. That'll be an animated movie. And actually, Miranda Otto, the lady that played Eowyn, she is going to be kind of doing the narration of that. So yeah, and they'll be covering Helm Hammerhand. They'll be covering the Hornburg. Where is that? Here it is. Speaking of Rohan, so this is a video that I'll be filming. We're going to do a little build a diorama around this Eowyn figure. This is from Kurzlook Miniatures. Something along the lines, well, hopefully maybe what we did here with our Galadriel. It's about the same size as this one. This was a 3-part series for the Patreon page. So it won't have, well, it's actually going to have maybe some object source lighting on it because it's going to have that brazier that he's basically standing next to. Alright, I think we got our flowers good to go there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gums.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Battle Royale. Along comes the kind of this. Yeah. So you're gonna go take care of those ring wraiths over there, right? It's like, yeah, I'm not scared of them. It's like, what, are you scared of them? It's like, well, tell you what, this glow stick, not super effective. It's like, well, you got a sword. It's like, yeah, sort of. It's like, I heard that you died. It's like, oh, yeah. Guess what my fabulous prize was? Don't know. It was a white robe and a new stick. It's like, ooh, that sounds like a raw deal. Thank you so much, Battle Royal, for the follow. Appreciate that. So, Elite, we're hoping that that's going to be much better than some of the other more disastrous attempts that have happened recently. I mean, at least it's the folks that did the original trilogy, so maybe there's a chance. Maybe they kind of learned their lessons from the last set of movies, and they'll kind of try to go back to more what folks liked in the original three. Prussian blue. More Prussian blue. See if we can do some of that. Where's my other boldy guy here? So we're going to try and do the same thing we did on him. See if we can do that here. Get that thinner. I'm hoping to do this also on the Raging Heroes figures. They did another chapter in their little Celtic series. And I've been printing those out too. Very simple little spiral pattern that we're just going to add on to. This away. Maybe even do something like this. Again, it doesn't have to be anything crazy, just a little, again, some little curly cues like so. Thank you so much for the clip there, Bithron. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's get some of this over here. The oxalis plant kind of in the way. That's all right. Let's do another one over here. Like this, it doesn't have to be anything crazy, anything super fancy. Yeah, let's get a little bit of that on his arm over there. Now we'll leave that alone. Put you over here. Really no place for it on you, so we're going to put you over there. You've already got some, so we'll put you over there. This one. Yeah, just a little tiny, some kind of pattern. It doesn't have to be anything super fancy, like I said. Could be something very basic. And if we don't like it, it's really easy to get rid of, that's for sure. So this one here, I think we will try to do some of the wood on his face too. Something like that. Let's do that on his arm here maybe. So again, this is one of the 3D printed miniatures from Medbury. Let's maybe put some of that here too. Just a simple little combination of spirals and some other pattern, and you can put as the more you add there, the more complex it looks. But it's just the same set of simple shapes. That's all. Just a very simple set of shapes. Now let me see. We need some. We already did the orangey stuff. We're gonna actually go more with a blonde-ish look on this guy, I believe. So here, let's do this. Let's take our radiant yellow mixed in with the our asphaltum over there. Let's see what we can do here to make some of this later. Take my blending brush to that. So in Neverfield, it's been very, very busy here working on the house, doing all the printing stuff. The printer has been, well, both printers have been running pretty much 24 hours a day, every day, just to try and get caught up. We were many, 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 many months behind. So we appreciate all the folks that have been contributing to the GoFundMe campaign and such. That helps so much with the recovery here. Alright, that's a good little start on that. And then we're going to try and go a little bit lighter here now. Might just bring in some of the brilliant yellow pale too. See what that, whoops, big old, actually some of the big old chunks of stuff on here. It's actually from that video that I was filming last night for the Patreon page. Whew, that was a crazy video experience. I always try to do new and different stuff in every video. Certainly learned new and different stuff unexpected in that video. So everybody please check out Nerefeld's Instagram there. So Nerefeld, glad that you've been able to still get some painting, and I know it's been very hectic there for you. So again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Nerefeld posted. Bring in more of our light over here. I'm gonna get I think we'll just use the fast matte white to do the rivets on the armor here. Yeah, we should do it that way. Which means I don't want to get too much lighter with the hair. Oh, that's fantastic, Nerefield. Well, I mean, progress is progress, of course. You'll take it, right? Progress is definitely progress. Here, let's do this here. Bet get some on the back of the hair over here. Is that Sarge that I see? I think that is Sarge. How you doing there, Sarge? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Sarge, if you want to post the pictures of your, I almost said emissary of decay. Well, your harbinger of decay. Because that's, I know that keeps getting closer and closer to finished, and I know you wanted it for ReaperCon and stuff, but hey, at least now it's that much closer. Do I see a Blitzkrieg that's possible here? I see Nereyfield says, huh, Tool can play at that game. Thank you so much, Nereyfield. Well, Sarge, hopefully, as always, you have something yummy to eat now that you are back at the casa. And of course, I'm sure the hounds have also done the ritual greetings once you came in through the door there. Alright, let me go back to here, my fast mat white, shall we? Also gonna throw this on there. Boy, I can't wait for that new tube to arrive, because this stuff is really, this stuff is old and decrepit, that's for sure. So yes, Nereyfield is thrown out the challenge gauntlet. Here, let's get to more of our... Oh, and Nereyfield, I don't know if you saw, there's a whole bunch of new emotes since the last time you were here. I mean, there's a bunch of them. So you'll probably be able to access some of those. Lighten this up a little bit more. Longer. There we go. Alright, and gotta make sure that's not too much of a pinline wash. But we got some of the these rivets that we want to hit here. Because if it's too much of a pinline wash, they're just going to quite literally, they'll just sink right down in the crevices, and we don't want that. So it's bits o'clock, says Nereyfield. I guess that, what is it? Oh, it's also September, I guess. I got that message back in August that September was coming. Maybe that's a little bit more than I was originally looking for, but hey, whatever. I might even brighten up some of our light little highlights that we did on the, here on our plaid patterns. How you doing there, Ryan? So Ryan, if you wanted to post the link to your Witcher figures, that would be sensational. So everybody, you can check out all the oil painted figures by Ryan when he posts that link. So yeah, the latest video basically shows unfortunately how the glow in the dark stuff does not work for miniatures, because oh my goodness, is it massively grainy. Whew. So yeah, this stuff here, this did not work whatsoever. I mean, it does glow in the dark, however, it's got to be something really large, like, oh, I don't know, the wall that I'm painting. That can work. 28 mil figs, not so much. Yeah, that's incompatible with the glow in the dark pigments. I'm glad that I found this out when I did. Before I went over there and did the mural and said, wait a minute, these are super grainy. And it takes an awful lot of them, and you really have to charge up those paints. So I'm hoping that I can use both the oils and that acrylic one there in combination. Alright, let me get back to my... This doesn't have any of the late flowers there. We already did... Oh no, here we go. We got some of these little rivets to do over here too. So Sarge, what is on the menu for tonight? Is that Grand? Oh, no, that's Rottweiler. Rottweiler, how are you doing? Holy smokes. Great to see you there, Rottweiler. I know it's been a while. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Ooh, yeah, look at that. That's running a little bit shy right there. We also got ourselves a raid from Rottweiler, so everybody please give Rottweiler a follow. So Woof Woof, Rottweiler, how the heck are you doing? Now, do I have that one out here? Oh, here he is. Well, here, we'll greet Rottweiler with this wolf right here. He's a dog. He says wolf back. Has two tails. Or is it just one tail split in two? Thank you so much, Nerifil. Appreciate that. So, Rottweiler, how the heck are you doing? If you want to share any links in the chat, I know you just finished your stream, but if you wanna share anything, that's fantastic. So you did get a new one. Thank you thank you so much, Nerifil. Appreciate that. So, right, I hope that well, how is the new addition to the family there? That sounds really good, Sarge. Yeah, well, I got salad fixins today at the store. That was, well, definitely a cheap way to eat healthy. There was also deli ends, so that could be added as well. So that added a little bit of extra zing to it. You never know what you're going to get with the deli ends. Sometimes they don't have any. Sometimes it's all just a bunch of weird stuff. And sometimes it's pretty gourmet. So that sounds like a very active addition to the family there, Rottweiler. See you later there, Doji. I know it's another early day at work for you, but soon enough there's going to be a bakery run in your future, right? So just think about that bakery run that's coming up real soon. So yeah, Rottweiler, if you want to share anything that you were doing in the chat or whatever, that's fantastic. Here's the other guy with the sleeves here. Let me separate the armor and the sleeves that way. This part too. A little bit of light there as well. Nah, Doji, I'm always envious of the bakery runs there. Now here, let me see if I can get a little shading on our woad over here. Like so. A little further. No problem there. No problem, Rottweiler. And hopefully everything kind of clears out, gets easier. So can everybody give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. Okay, nothing there. Which one? This one should have a little, not that much, a little less. There we are. So a smidge of shading to this, not a ton. But you know, it's kind of weighted there. Alright, waited for that to set a little bit. So see you later there, Rottweiler. Okay, he's already got his shading there. See if I can go for my lighter pink stuff here in the center of our little Tootsie Pops here, our oxalis plants. Bingo. Too late. We'll back off of that. It's our dirty little magenta, as we call it. It's better just a little lighter down in here. Like so. Yeah, I'm going to move these guys over this way so that I know which ones don't have the lighter stuff down in the middle. Do that here. So bringing out that, what's that, the perline red. Just accidentally put it on the palette, and I said, well, it's out there. I'll just use it, and it's led to some interesting little discoveries. It is going to be featured in an upcoming color theory and oils video with different reds. Okay, utilizing that blending brush. So no, Nerifield, it's a perline red. It's a different color than that. It's actually one that I started out with and just stopped using a long time ago. That would be this one right. Here it is. Yeah, so that one, it's a Series 3, so it's not a cheap one, but it's not the Crimson. And that's, I think the one you're talking about is probably a Williamsburg. At least I think it was a Williamsburg. So yeah, Nerifield, colors that are super expensive, unfortunately, as much as I would like to try them, I just kind of stay away from those because it makes it too hard for folks to get those because they'll see something in a video or whatever, or on stream, and they say, oh man, I'd really love to do that. And I'll say, well, this is like Egyptian Violet 2.0. And then they get a little bit disappointed at the price tag on it. So I kind of just have tried to shy away from the more expensive stuff. And sometimes that can't be helped. I mean, it's just that the color is that efficient or whatever and just has to be used. So everybody please check out those Witcher miniatures from Ryan. So yeah, there's a whole bunch that I would really like to try. Because I think they could actually add something, but again, that would add to the cost, and you don't want folks to not participate in the Linseed Brotherhood because they get kind of freaked out at the prices, right? So Nerifield, I'm just glad that you've been able to, so many folks, it's been really tough for them to find painting time lately. So glad to hear that you've been able to really get down into it, for sure. Alright, we got a couple more on this one too. I think we actually already did this. Oh, that's right, there might have been a raid, that's it. Yeah, I think there was a raid when we first started doing those. Get a last little bit of light down in there. Try and get a little bit of rosiness in the hands here. Like that. Maybe the belt here is, get that a little lighter. Let's see if I can make a horizon line here, and that adds just a little more dimension to this. How's about right there? Yeah, I don't want to make the reflected light any lighter, but now making the horizon line darker seems to really help. Now let me see, do we have... Ooh, they're all... Actually, Sarge, it was interesting. Earlier we did a film noir when actually one of these guys was only kind of partially painted next to one that was almost completely painted. That was really interesting to see the difference. Now, actually, well, let me see here with this one. Okay, yeah, you can see the temperature differences here. You got some greens, you have some reddish blues, or a little turquoise anyway. When we do this, I mean, yeah, there's shading there, but it just doesn't have that same oomph because there's no difference in the colors, right? We don't have the warmer turquoise and even well the warmer, more red ultramarine blues. But again, well, let's do it on this side so you can see that kind of tassel thing, and the water is more turquoise to it, but the tail and this has more of that reddish blue. I mean, it almost completely blends together, except that there is some light and dark there. So there we have enough contrast from that, value contrast. But the rest of this is all color contrast. Again, the warmer greens versus other types of blue. Now these blues, this would definitely be more in that kind of reddish blue, right? More towards the ultramarine blue for sure. So let's see. Well, again, we've been working on 5 of these guys. Right there, there's the first 3. Here's the other 2. So yes, suddenly now we have 9 of our clansmen that we'll be able to throw out there. So yeah, that's the one that's up on the YouTube channel now. That one was very, very fun. Eldfall Chronicles. That was the stuff that Doji facilitated coming over this way, so we appreciate Doji for that. Now here, let me get a little Terra Rosa here in these golds. It's a little peaked right there. We need some oomph in that. Well, don't blink also, I guess, counts for film noirs too. Don't blink. So yeah, that's what it is. Some of this graininess is actually some leftover particles and such from that video. That's crazy. She mix a little bit of the magenta into that. Alright, let me see. Where's my other swords here? Hey there, Tiny Clans. How you doing? Great to see you back. Well, no, it just became a happy Friday here. Literally, I looked over there and it turned midnight. So now it's officially a happy Friday here. Well, same thing for Nerifeld, same thing for Sarge. So happy Friday to everybody. I realize for Aussie friends, this is closer to Saturday than it is Friday, but actually I haven't looked to see how the finals are going. I know that Kathy's team, St. Kilda, actually did make the final 8. So Tiny Clan said, happy that I'm able to get to do some stuff on the Fiefdoms here. Also on the little Hobbitses. I don't know if you saw the Hobbit streams that we've been doing. So yeah, all the even little pesky, tricksy Hobbitses like Bilbo Bananigans here. Always up to shenanigans. And then there's little Leggy right here, little Legolas. And of course, and then Gallagher here, smashing the pumpkins. Boom, there you go. So these are some things that I've wanted to have out on the table for a long, long time. And I'm finally able to get to these. As we add some of our, get a little reflection of the gold here onto the sword blade as well. So Tiny Clans, hopefully you've had a chance maybe to keep up with your miniature painting as well. And now it's not always easy to do that. Here, let me see if I can't throw a little more light in there. That's it. Yeah. I think we did 9 little hobbitses so far. And lots of really fun 3D printed bits for them. I've got even some jack-o'-lanterns that I want to try and put on some more bases for them. So we have some hobbitses with object source lighting. Let's see if I can spice up these fingers a little bit. But definitely great to see you. Great to see you again there, Tiny Clans. Well, Tiny Clans, I hope that you're able to come up with a nifty, some kind of a nifty scheme, nifty basing scheme too, perhaps. No, that's going to be too close to the skin tone. I'm going to go back over here. And maybe we'll try this instead. We need some lighter tones on the skin here. Yeah, that was just a whole bunch of middle tone right there. Maybe a little, we'll back off that just a tiny smidge here. So it sounds like a really, really fun project there. For sure, Tiny Clans. Well, let's bring that up here. I'm just gonna... We'll try the eyebrow again here with the asphaltum, I think. So that's one of those colossal figs there. I know we've got the that massive bust from Blackheart models that we have to paint. That is really huge. I'm gonna do that as a video series though, so that we can take a little bit at a time, let it dry, so that it's a little bit easier for me to hang on to. So we're almost into hour 4, but boy, we've been tearing away at these 5 miniatures, haven't we? Again, don't blink, it happens really fast. Here, let me get some of this orange over here. There we go. I know there's another... here's the guy with the other dagger. Bingo. And I've been doing a lot of the Star Wars... I almost said Star Wars Armada, but the Star Wars Shatterpoint figures. We did the whole starter box. We've done the Inquisitor box now. We did, as I like to call it, the Dooku box. There's your Count Dooku there. Of course, we've added to the bases. That stuff, yeah, that's not how those bases actually, they don't come like that. Now, Tiny Clans, is that something that you tried to magnetize, or do you not actually have to magnetize it to be able to do that with it? Alright, let me see what I can do here with this side of his face again. I'm going to go a little thinner into this. Because I think I tried doing the woad there, and I think we might do this instead. Do the nose again. Maybe a little more on the neck, I suppose. Maybe even here on the hand or the knuckles for sure. Let's get some. We're gonna have to get our darker color back into that there. Ah, that's fantastic, Tiny Clans. And thank you so much, Armored Dwarf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. Again, you sign up for the Army Painter. Well, you're going to have at least 1,400 hours, probably closer to 1,500 hours of videos to watch. You'll never be able to binge watch it all because I'm always making new videos. Typically filming in another 20 to 23 hours every month. So again, you cannot binge watch it all, that's for sure. Let me see if I can get this orange into there. Let me try the radiant yellow over here. The end of the sword blade. Now here, let me get some of my Doric's these Fiefdoms, some of the Van Dyke Brown here. Just do a little bit of cleanup on some of this stuff here. Let's see. So Ryan, there was another thing that happened with the refined linseed oil to somebody else. I forget what it was. They weren't happy about it, but yeah, I just have the unrefined linseed oil. But I think it was somebody in Australia because they were having a hard time actually getting the unrefined linseed oil, and they were not thrilled with the results. Let's put it that way. So it sounds like a similar occurrence there. Oh, that's going to be way too thick. And let's see, I'm just going to go with this. To restore the edge over on this sleeve here. Yeah, Ryan, that was one of those crazy instances there, that's for sure. Glad it wasn't really a horrible permanent loss, though. I'm going to try and lighten this up with, well, let's just go with this. A little bit right there. And, nope, not this guy, not you, this guy here, that's what I'm looking for. Because that needs a little something down there. Can't just be flat dirt. And same thing over here. That's still some of the original pre-glaze over there. Taking my blending brush to this again. Here we go. Now I think we're okay on the belt there. With the hair, you know, the side of his face. I'm gonna see what I can do here. Maybe some of our blue and some of our, wow, that's really gonna dirty up that magenta. But yeah, that was a little too dark over here. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna bring those two surfaces together with kind of a weird separation zone there. Do I see Acid Burn Punk in the chat? I do. Now, as fearless as these guys are, even these guys don't mess around in Moria because they know there's something they're going to find in there that they don't want to run across. And even the Balrog wants nothing to do with these guys. That would be the mimes. Yes, they are. Yes, they are French, and yes, they are mimes. Look at that. Jetez-moi, that says toss me. That is Lutan Nation right there. They wear many hats. Not just berets, also top hats, and, well, look at that, chef's hats. Now, the baguette guy, of course, the little Lutan, they're maybe not the smartest critters in all of Middle-earth, especially since he's holding that hot baguette not in his oven mitt. Yeah, he's got the oven mitt, but the baguette's in his hand. Not sure why he's doing that. But then look at Charles de Gaulle. See, he's very dapper. Look at his mustache, a nice little tie there. He's a 2-star general. These two guys here, Francois and Pierre, of course, they thought they were the stars of the team. Yeah, blocking, tackling, that rough stuff. Yeah, that wasn't really their job. They didn't like that. They were master sommelier. So you give them, a fine Pinot Noir, a Merlot, or something like that. Well, that's really what they're into. Now, these guys, most of them were actually metal miniatures, because this is 2006. Yeah, no 3D printing. Not even all that many plastic options out there. So basically I had to take metal goblins and those metal trolls and chop those apart and then do a lot of green stuff on those. I actually played these guys for 2 seasons. They did go to the playoffs both times. Averaged almost 3 touchdowns a game. Like just a few percentage points shy of 3 touchdowns a game. Because who would have thought you win more games with touchdowns than with casualties? Yes, indeed. And you can say, well, but you can win by taking out the other guys. Well, yeah. Guess what? There were times where I was scoring touchdowns with 3 guys on the field. So the whole casualty thing, yeah, not so much. Not when you know that's what the other person is. Basically, that's what they're going to try and do. It's like, well, that's fine. You focus in on that. I'll score touchdowns and win. So Acid Burn, how are you doing? I hope everything is reasonably okay there. Of course, now that everybody is back from all the respective conventions, the Reaper Cons, the Dragon Cons, Nova Opens is. There was it's a little strange. There was a bunch of folks that we were missing. We didn't see them for a little while. Let me see if I can get a little bit of this sky blue color out here. Well, Acid Burn, I wish you luck with that. Because, well, the reason I haven't been able to join the Pyro Club chats is, well, tons and tons of home repair stuff here. Otherwise, I would love to be doing that. So I'm going to try and do more of that on some of the other swords here, if I can. So yeah, Acid Burn, hopefully you'll be able to do all of those things. I know that, well, you're just like me, you would love to be able to do that, but instead, like you say, all the house repairs and updates and everything else. You know what, I'm going to go to this instead. Here. Then, that might be too late. Well, Acid Burn, that's fantastic. We actually had that tree taken down. That was last week, and that took a crew of 7 and a 100-foot tall crane to get rid of that. But thank goodness that is no longer here. As I add some blue to this, there we are. Now maybe some turquoise mixed with that. Back to some of this darker blue here. Acid burn, I'm sure that is not as done. That's not the surprise you were wanting. Yeah, not quite as surprised. You say, oh yeah, I would love for that to happen. And that is one of the things that I'll have to be doing as well. It's a very similar thing. In addition to all the other stuff, but we're just trying to, best as I can, try and restore my sleeping area at least. Here, trying to get some of our ground coat around. Here is my blending brush again. So here we're just going to take this. It's especially handy in hard to reach areas like this. So yeah, tiny, and of course, what will be interesting is that I'm going to have to redo the kitchen floor here. And it will be the third kitchen floor that I've participated in my tenure in this house. We've been here a little while. So yes, this will be floor number, floor number 4. That's right, not number 3, floor number 4. Holy smokes. Fortunately, floor number 3, my brother and I put a whole fresh thing of underlayment down under that. So all I need to do is take away these self-stick tiles, which both of us said, well, those aren't going to last 30 years. Well, that's fantastic, acid burn. I'm glad that that's working out. Yeah, the floor number 2 was cursed from the get-go because it was this linoleum thing that they tried putting down, which they destroyed immediately because about 2 seconds after they finished it, they tried to walk the refrigerator across this linoleum floor, which led to a nice, looked like a, I don't know, like a dirt track or something like that, or a monster truck rally, because there was 2 big grooves going down the center of that floor. And then when they turned the refrigerator to put it in place, they tore the floor. So yeah, that linoleum floor lasted about 5 minutes before they destroy it. Well, acid burn, actually, that's something we did here. I essentially just took one of my shelving units of miniature, took that down, and actually basically assembled a little pantry in the basement, just a shelving unit there. So Bithron, there was no way to do that because this linoleum floor is all one piece. So you cut it and then you lay it down. So all the furniture had to be out of that room. Yeah, there was no doing it with the refrigerator in place. And unfortunately, there was no, I don't think that would have mattered even if they waited. Don't think it would have made a darn bit of difference. Probably still would have torn it. Again, tiny clans, it's neither thing is going to be easy. There's going to be things about each one that's going to be a hassle. You just kind of have to pick your hassle, basically. Actually, I've got some heavy furniture to move. Well, not this week, but probably next week. Oh yeah, let's get some dark over here. So that is going to be a major challenge. Yeah, acid burn. This was a little nook in the basement there. It's basically right where the kind of the stairs, the landing down in the basement itself. And that actually made quite the efficient pantry. Actually still using that now. Did I get my dark on these flowers already? I don't think so. So yeah, I just well, these are very small Chicago bungalows here. And then Kathy was a little bit more used to these spread out suburbia type houses. And that's not how things go here. She wondered why I never went to Costco and all that kind of stuff. I got the big giant package of whatever. I said, well, okay, you can get those. That you'll be using that as furniture for about a month because there's nowhere to put that thing. All right, let me see if I can get some different colors here on his little booties. Here, yeah, we need some lights there. We got some middle tones there. So yeah, and of course the idea that you walk to the grocery store, which is less than 2 blocks away, which is kitty corner to the bank, which is right next door to the pharmacy, which is right next door to the repair garage. That was a whole different universe. Do I want to see if I can lighten this down here a little bit? Okay, we're going to be doing plenty of our foliage here. Where's there? Oh yeah, this guy has some here. You can see between the flower tufts, the grass tufts, and all of this. See the flock and the ground cover. We're going to be putting lots of that on here too. Again, I think our next stream we will be painting some of the axemen of Lost Nark here, and I'll try and at least find that one figure of Forlong the Fat on horseback, because this is the cavalry channel, and my goodness, it feels like it's been about a month since we last painted some cavalry. So yeah, but actually it hasn't. It has not, because we painted this only a few weeks ago. Yeah, so it has. We've still sort of kept the cavalry channel motif going. Now, sorry that you have to do the work thing there tomorrow, Bithron, but hopefully you'll maybe be able to get in some games during the actual weekend, though. Hopefully. Here, let me get a little bit my kind of a little dirty, lighter green here. Yeah, the nearest, well, there's the game stores that you would want to go to around here. They are well over an hour away from me, so I don't do too much of that, unfortunately. Yeah, they are a long ways away. So Tiny Clans, you can send that to me Instagram. That's probably the best way. I'm just Wapelius on Instagram, same as the channel right here. So that's probably your best bet. Just add a little bit more of the green. There we go. Yeah, that's. I think that really helps. Thanks, Tiny Clans. So yeah, we'll if I can find that one there. Again, that would be a Forlorn the Fat on the on horseback, because we already painted him on foot. And maybe I even try to prep a couple of the other Going to be more Medberry miniatures. Again, these are 3D printed from Medberry right here. Thank you so much, Bithron, for posting the Instagram link there. So if you want to see finished images, like today, I just posted this to the Instagrams there. So we got some pictures of that you can see, and of course that is the latest YouTube video as well. I basically took the session, kind of truncated it down a little bit, got it down to about 2 hours or so from the original 4.5. Here, let me get a little bit more of my light there, and maybe a little bit of the radiant green on some of these stalks here. Oh, tiny clans, that's fantastic. Oh, I did print out another of Frodo and Sam. But yes, we're going to have quite the Hobbit army here now. That's the thing that it's the next army painting series that I'll be starting up. Is hasty hobbits. Or if the orcs come along, some tasty hobbits. Thank you so much, Astro Canuck, for that raid. Appreciate that. Everybody can please give Astro Canuck a follow. That'd be sensational. So Astro, how are you doing? Thanks for the raid. We're painting up a whole batch of miniatures here with the traditional oil paints. Lord of the Rings stuff here. So basically some Highlander type figures right here. So Nova Charter exposing Alex and Norakita, how you doing? So here's some of the other ones that we've been doing here. Let's get some more of them out. So this is actually one of the old metal GW ones. All of these are 3D printed here with also a 3D printed oxalis plants. And here's another one. Again, so we've been working on a whole batch of these guys. You can see the Tartan reference down in the corners there. Now we do a lot of Lord of the Rings stuff, but we also do we've been painting a lot of Star Wars stuff lately here. So yes, well, and lots of glowy things too, because lightsabers and all that kind of stuff. So this is the Star Wars Shatterpoint stuff. Been painting a lot of this, and yeah, needless to say, lots of glowy things because again, lightsabers, force weapons, all that sort of stuff here. So you got yeah, plenty of that. We actually just did the Inquisitor box, and well, here's the Inquisitor himself. Yeah. So again, all painted up on stream, painted with traditional oil paints. It's actually Grand Oracle. It's 5. We've been working on 5 of these. So Dame Karen, how are you doing? Now sometimes we also do some Song of Ice and Fire here. This is I think we painted this a couple of weeks ago. I think this is part of the Night's Watch. That is Cold Hands. And we've done a fair amount of, well, even 40K stuff here too. Love to do freehand also with the oils. And lots of object source lighting of all types. Here's some more. We just painted these over the weekend, last weekend, for our Not at ReaperCon. So painted both of these, what were these, about 4 hours each or so? Yeah, so 4 hours here, about 4 hours here on those two. Again, done with the traditional oil paints. Now this one was fun. This was part of that 90s Space Marine challenge, so we did a little bit of object source lighting, a little bit of non-metallic, and then just fooled around with a little bit of freehand on the shoulder pad, just for funsies. And obviously, well, multiple light sourcing too. Look at this, a Wapelius Spellbrush figure. Couple of different light sources there. And of course, it just kind of goes with a little bit of everything, right? It's just, it adds so much. And it doesn't have to be for single figures either. It can also be for, well, entire armies. Look at our Dunlendings and our Wolves of Isengard. Same deal with our Moria army, right there. And of course, oh, here's some more Song of Ice and Fire. Painted all those up on stream. the sand dune effect, sculpted by hand with desert dry clay, and then some 3D printed palm trees. And of course, here, well, we had Blast doing some of the Eldfall Chronicles miniatures. Here's some more Lord of the Rings stuff. Basically, the goal was to do pretty much one of every army in Middle-earth. And we love the Archvillain stuff. All these were painted on stream. Had a blast with those for sure. And these were very fun. These also from Archvillain. Again, all those painted up on stream. So Astro, thank you so much. And what were you doing on the stream there? And of course, if there's any links that you wanted to share, that would be fabulous too. Oh yeah, here's Prinkles, the Imperial War Kitty. Now, this is something we haven't done this in a while here. So we like to do a thing called film noir. So you look at this and you say, well, okay, that red, that's got to be lighter than this blue. Well, when we do something like this, all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute, they're practically the same value. This doesn't look anywhere near as dramatic, right? It's like almost half the shading seems to be gone. That's because most of the contrast is in the color, not light versus dark. So I mean, like the gold there, right? That disappears in film noir, but here it contrasts with the blue, even though the colors are pretty much the same level of lightness. Do it again. Again, you can see that gold there. There's an awful lot of blues that are just as light as that. That is something that you can do. That's something that you can do with your camera on your phone. Take a picture, right? Kill all the color, and then you really get a chance to see exactly what that looks like. So Sarge has the Prinkles too. Yes, that's Prinkles, the Imperial War Kitty. One of the most powerful characters on the channel here. Yes, there are many powerful characters. Of course, the Kathy is the most powerful, though, of course. So yeah, that's Kathy. She basically she can, well, dismiss Prinkles and also dismiss even the hype train. We've seen that. So Sarge says, let's have some readings from the Book of Wapol here. Now, of course, here, let's see. Let's see here. Well, what you see here, well, guess what? Things start out very messy. If you were to see what some of these things look like when they start, they're hideous. They're absolutely hideous. But things must be messy before they can be neat. And of course, this is another one of our little kernels right here. No death grip on the brush. I see this all the time. I see this. Sometimes I see this. I'm like, what the heck are they doing there? Is this an ice pick or is it a brush? None of this hands on the metal fairly. We're like this. Sometimes we're literally like this. Do you see my hand shaking all? Do you see that brush bouncing around at all? No siree. I'm going to zoom back in here. Like so. So again, see my fingers on here. I don't even have my thumb on this brush. It's just these two fingers. This right here, evolutionary dead end. Don't need that. Here, just 2 fingers. Don't need to have this death grip on the brush. Because guess what? You're going to get a nice relaxed brush stroke. Not going to be quite as tired. Not going to be quite as sore after a long painting session. Alright, well, Astro Canuck, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Again, if everybody's not already following Astro Canuck, if you could please do that, that would be sensational. So yes, we work here with traditional oil paints right out of the tube. And here's our big 3 brands, Winsor Newton, Gamlin, and Williamsburg. No mediums, no wacky stuff, no wet palettes. Just traditional oil paints right out of the tube, because that's all we need. Right now we're mixing up some indigo, some Van Dyke Brown, just to get some dark over here on his little footies right there. His little footies. And obviously once this dries, which should be sometime tomorrow, by this time tomorrow night, these should be dry. We're using so little paint that guess what? We're not going to have to wait. There's none of this 2 weeks to dry or something like that. Even when we do our 2D art, and this is typically what we're doing on Thursday, is something more like this, or like Medj just said. Even these, they're dry the next day. Because once again, not piling up the paint on there. Minimal amounts of paint. Because we're not doing layer after layer after layer. A lot of these sword blades, throw some color down, take another brush that has no paint on it, like this one here, and then we just blend it that way. So not layer after layer. We don't need to do that. Hashtag no layers. The other thing is that the oils make a freehand very easy. See how we were able to clean that up there? There was a line that didn't quite go exactly where I wanted it to. Now, as a patient little hobbit, I waited for that to set a little bit. And look at this, same thing over here. See that? Just cleaned up another line there. So now that has much better flow to it than it did before. Much better flow to it. And of course, we don't need a bazillion colors. There's really a core group of, not a core, almost 20 in total. There's really not that many colors that I use. Let the oils do all the mixing, right? Let the oils do all the work. You don't need to do tons of layers. You don't need to do tons of mixing on the palette. Let it mix on the miniature. And guess what? So if the oil's dry, well, that's fine. You can go back. You can actually do some really fun things with the oils over oils that have already dried. You can do all kinds of really fun stuff. And let me get this little pieces of string off of there. And you can check out past sessions, actually all the past sessions. They are saved as highlights, kind of like a YouTube channel. Except no commercials, I don't think so. Don't see why there would be commercials, but yeah, go check those out. Tons of Song of Ice and Fire, obviously lots of Lord of the Rings miniatures. Now we've done some of the Star Wars Shatterpoint stuff, and probably next week we'll be doing some more Star Wars Shatterpoint. Just got to put together the next box, and they'll be all good to go. So thank you so much. That's our newest little hobbit is going to join us. Thank you so much, Dame Karen. I appreciate that. And Gandalf says, "You shall not pass." He's like, I've heard a reason why you guys wear those kilts. He's like, if you say that, I will run you through, I swear. It's like, but don't mention it. Fine. Why does Sauron get to do all his dad jokes? I don't get to tell any. Thank you so much, Dame Karen, for the follow. Appreciate that. There's a cast of characters here. We like to refer to it as the Silmarillion. A little bit different take on the Tales of Middle-earth. It's more like the Demented Tales of Middle-earth. Yes, the story has played out somewhat differently. Yeah, because, right now, currently, the one who has the ring is Dark Queen Galadriel. Yeah, she has the ring right now. Alex the Cave Troll had it for first Boromir had it, then Alex the Cave Troll, who swallowed it because, long story short, he didn't have pockets. And Galadriel fed him about 20 loaves of lambus bread. And let's put it that way, that stuff has some high fiber content. Moria is never going to be the same again, but Galadriel has the ring now. Now, Bithron, who knows? We do have the purveyor of the Middle-earth, the Rivendell Protection Agency. It's like, oh, so I hear you got a ring wraith problem. It's like, yeah, we kind of took care of them already. It's like, so we don't need to have a conversation. It's like, no, we made them go away. How about I make you go away? That's our job. You're cutting in on our business. So yeah, you never know. It could be. I mean, Elrond is the mob boss of Middle Earth, so maybe he's gonna try and take that away from Galadriel, or maybe somebody a little bit less suspicious. You never know. Might even be Denethor. You never know who is going to take that ring. Of course, there's other characters that we haven't even introduced yet, so it could be one of them that takes it. So again, see that that was kind of a little bit fuzzy there with a little bit of freehand. Not fuzzy anymore. Let me see if we can get a little more. Shorten this over here on this part of the wood. Bingo. Same there. There we go. That's wow. Yeah, the autocorrect monster just got you there, right? Now, thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now, of course, you never know. Of course, what happens if Grima ends up with it here? I mean, he's like, is that Eowyn's handkerchief you're crying into? It's like, no. Maybe. She broke up with me again, you know. Oh, I hear that was by Palantir. Yeah, that was pretty harsh. Yeah, really. You try using the keyboard app on that thing. It stinks. So that's Santa Gandalf right there. Hey there, Arid. How you doing? Yeah, Grand Oracle. The medicine is exhausted. The medicine seems to all be gone. Sadly enough. So everybody please give Arid a Cam Wife a follow. Arid, if you wanted to post your links there in the chat, that'd be fantastic. And hopefully, I'd want to ask, but I don't want to ask how the house goes there. And now, of course, Arid, there was people that I knew that once it did that really hasty move to Tennessee, well, things went a little bit awry for them because they were without their possessions for about 6 days. When they finally got them, about half the stuff was broken. So yeah, the movers didn't do such a fantastic job there. I just thought you would like to know that other folks, they can... They also have some nasty things. Well, sorry to hear about that, Irid. Anyways, here, let's do a little bit more light. Again, these are 3D printed oxalis plants, and this is a 3D printed miniature here from Medberry Miniatures. So yeah, Dame Karen, it's been quite the long saga with the ring. Again, it all started with Boromir helping Frodo collect some firewood at Amon Hen. Next thing you know, Frodo's kind of fallen over a cliff, and Boromir has the ring. Everybody gets kind of suspicious of him, so he hands it over to Alex the Cave Troll. Again, Alex not having pockets, just kind of swallows it. But a cave troll diet is not the greatest in the world, so yeah, he kept waiting and waiting, and no sign of the ring. So that would be... Oh, hey there, Terry. How you doing? So yeah, Arid, sorry that... Well, hopefully you got some of that paint sitting around. I mean, that's the one thing. That paint should still be sitting around and active now. 2 years from now, 10 years from now, not so much, but hopefully it's still good now that you can use it. So let's see. Well, he had it. He doesn't have it anymore. It's like, yeah, being Ghost Frodo, not so much fun. It's like, yeah, but Gandalf died. Sure, but he came back. They did give him kind of a stinky prize, though, right? That white robe. I think he got kind of shortchanged right there with that. So let me see what we can do here. I might need to give myself some more medicine because they don't have me a cough drop. Man, we've been doing this almost 5 hours here. So yeah, Arid. Again, that's that that is something that really is that is a very, 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 very quick fix for sure. And let me get some more light down here. Now, of course, we do have a another Sauron. We never did paint our Sauron of many colors. I would like to print out one larger, though. So I think I'd like to print at least a 54 mil version, and then try our Sauron of many colors. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of the light on the end of his little footies there. That's better. They're like these weird little little booties like you would see on a little baby or something like that. Now, of course, Medbury, they kind of like to do the historical figures, so in some ways I think that's there's more of a historical influence to how the little booties are done there. Yeah, we're going to soften up some of these edges now. So with the miniatures, we work on the whole figure all at once. And again, we've been working on 5 of these. I don't even know if I can get them all in my hands, but I'll try here. Okay, so here we go. They're just going to start sliding across. There you go. So all 5 of these in 4 hours, 42 minutes. Not too shabby there. I'm going to see if I can't make that a little lighter here on the end. Like this, and also here, that part of that strap. We got a couple little rivets that we should probably lighten up here too. And then, of course, we did the all the plaid freehand, all that done. The wet over wet with the oils, you can do that. It actually does, in some ways, make the freehand much easier. Because, well, you can change things around, that's for sure. Nice and quick. So Dame Karen, this is one of the... It's an aspect of the Dol Amroth army, so it's a part of the Middle-earth strategy battle game. Now, normally, what you see with Dol Amroth is, well, say Prince Imrahil right here. This is our Prince Imrahil conversion. Boom, there he is. So that's typically what you see. And then you'll see, obviously, the Knights of Dol Am here. Let me, whoops, we almost passed them by. There we go. So there's your Knights of Dol Amroth. Again, typically what you see when it comes to something like a Fiefdoms army. But we're trying to do this, the archers. And we got the, again, the Axemen of Losnark. We'll be painting up some of these guys tomorrow. See you later there, Sarge. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. So Irid, now when will you finally be able to do your next stream? Again, everybody, please give Irid Can Wife a follow. And of course, Irid, I think you posted your particulars there, right? Your Pinstagram links. See you later there, Sarge. Again, thanks for being here, and well, we'll see you tomorrow. I'm just going to try and get a little bit of light on these rocks. Now, this is one of the tree bark bases. One of the lovely little tree bark bases here, which we are going to also put a lot of some phlox, some ground cover, and some tufts on. Well, Irid, here's hoping. Yeah, because that's something that I've noticed. I'm looking around and say, wait a minute, there's no Irid that's streaming. So hopefully we see you back in the Streamiverse again. And again, everybody please give Irid a Can Wife a follow so that you're all set for when that happens. Here, I'll chuck a little bit more of our light into this. Also on his little booties there. Here, let me take my blending brush now. This is the magic of the oil paints. I take that blending brush and I just gotta pull some of it back that way. Now this same thing over here. We're going to try and do a little bit of a cleanup there on some of that little bit of freehandy. Can you see this? Yeah, I'm just going to move it up a little bit here. Like this. Like that. And yeah, wait. See, we just clean that up just a smidge. Look at that. Be patient. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Be like Treebeard, who we've painted twice on the channel here. Seriously. There you go. Treebeard and Tree Smeared. There you go. Painted both of those up on stream. Had a lot of fun doing those, of course. I think I did another little video showing how we did all the foliage on our Treebeard figures. Yeah, this is another one that's going to need some more light here on some of these straps. There we are. Let me see if I can also hit the plaid freehand here. Bit further. Like right here. Also here. You know, let me also do the gray again. That's this stuff here, I think. Yeah, let's try this. Something about like that. I can see here. Let's get some of these. We missed a couple of these. It's all right. Maybe put a couple more of those up here too. Get on that tartan pattern. No. I don't want any of the blue over there because that should be a shadow area. I'm also going to say hello to Isidore. Isidore, how you doing? Thank you so much for that raid. Everybody, please give Isidore27 a follow. So Isidore, if you want to share anything in the chat, as always, things that you've been working on and such, please go ahead and do so. We are doing some more of our Cleansman of Lamadon here. Doing well, obviously some tartan patterns. Part of another one of our Middle Earth armies here. So yeah, we've been having a blast doing this tonight. Working on 5 of them. And of course, Isidore, if you want to share anything in the chat, again, stuff you've been doing on the stream and such, please go ahead and do so. As always, using our traditional oil paints. No mediums, no weirds, no alkyds or anything like that. Just traditional oil paints out of the tube. Now here we're going to add, there we go, a little bit of the radiant turquoise. Where's my blending brush here? Just going to take this, and we're just going to blend it like so again. Now hashtag no layers. No layers necessary. See if we can get the edge back on this. There we go. We also need a little bit more of an edge here. See if we can break some of this down. So Isidore, what were you doing on the stream there? Again, it's great to see you. Here, let me get back to this and put a nice little light right down the center here. Now what we'll do is we're going to get actually a little bit further into our Prussian blue / green. I really hit that right here. There we go. Nice sharp edge there. Bingo. That's what we needed. So Isidore, hopefully you're doing well. Happy Friday to you. Okay, just about 1 o'clock in the morning here. Once again, a little bit of cleanup right there, and now we're good. Yeah, let's hit this too. Yeah, I think we can lighten these up here. Let's do this on our plaid over here. Don't get mad, don't be sad, just get plaid. Can actually throw a couple of the little lighter bits down in there. I think we're good on that. This dagger here does need a little bit of light along that edge. It can't just be a whole bunch of dark there. And then that's too light for the sleeve. So we just we wipe that away. It's the nifty thing about the oils. Try doing that with the acrylics, right? Can't do that. The oils are just extremely, well, forgiving, adjustable, all that kind of stuff. You know what? I think I will take the brilliant yellow pale and our radiant green after all, and maybe then do some lighter stuff on the ends of our oxalis sleeves, on the ones especially that are up here. Actually, yeah, not a bad idea. So Danimals, actually, I've had a chance to play a few times. It's the same house where I'm doing the murals of, well, Middle Earth. I'm actually painting the East Gate now. But that's actually did get a chance to play these guys in a game. It was a few weeks ago. It was actually, well, I called it my Rollham army. It was a Rohan Dol Amroth alliance going up against the Necromancer and a bunch of his Ring Wraith buddies. And I believe Aomir alone killed something like 11 of those Ring Wraiths. But I had a group of these guys with Angbor. Where is? Ah, here he is. Yeah, I call the Dol Amroth, I call it my asterisk army, because basically you can, basically what you do is you have a whole bunch of the heroes that all kind of work together, which is really interesting. We're working on some dire wolves. So yeah, we had some fun playing that army. It was very killy, that's for sure. Now, typically I'm playing my Easterlings / Candish alliance. That's my primary. Oh, we did. Here we go. That's right. We also now I can play the Legendary Legion because now we have the Dragon Emperor all done. We painted him up on stream. There you go. There's actually this video on how to paint the freehand on the base, the marble and everything. That's actually up on the YouTube channel now. So yeah, that would be my my Easterling army. We'll be playing them next. Again, seeing what they can do. Hey there, Sharp Balloons. How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. So everybody please give Sharp Balloons a follow if you could. So Sharp Balloons, what were you doing on the stream? Again, thanks for the raid. We're painting some more of our Highlander type guys here with the oil paints.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gum.
Hey there, Snapdragon and RC Maniac, and we have ourselves a new little hobbit. Thank you so much. Skater Muffin. It's like, you again? It's like, so yeah, you guys are fearless, huh? It's like, well, yeah. Well, I tell you what, it'd be really handy if you see that Balrog over. I mean that big guy. Wait, Balrog? Didn't you get killed by one of those? Oh, spoiler alert. Wait, what? Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that, Skater Muffin. Let me see. Sharp Balloons. Well, I never actually had a chance to do that, and that always looked really, really, really fun. But I'm sure, I'm sure there's all kinds of technical things that go along with that, so that you're not, well, destroying those balloons, right? So thank you so much. Hey, Catmaster, how you doing? And Kaylee, nice to see ya. Oh, and thanks for the follow there, Sharp Balloons. Appreciate that. Gandalf comes on. He's like, hey, where's that Prince Imrahil? It's like, hey, I heard that you stole in the movies. That was Prince Imrahil that got rid of the Witch King and saved Faramir. It's like, well, they didn't want to introduce a new character. Well, then why did they introduce Alerts? Good question. Thank you so much, Sir Balloons. Appreciate that. So everybody, please give Catmaster and Kaylee Larson a follow if you could. So Cap and Kaylee, nice to see both of you. So, and if you want to share anything in the chat, of course, that would be fine. And everybody, please give Sharp Balloons, Kaylee, and Catmaster, give them all the follows. Follow everybody. Just like Michael just followed here. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate that. You'd think we would run out of Gandalfs, but we don't. It's like, oh, well, handy you've got yourself a horse. Whoa, wait, who are you calling a horse? Like, you talk? If you say like Mr. Ed, I will end you. It's like, dude, take it from me. Don't mess with him. He's cranky today. I'll tell you when I'm cranky. Thank you so much. I appreciate that follow there, Oak and Abe. Thank you so much. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, dude, what's up, man? Like, so I heard that Balrog's kind of nasty. Like, you're telling me, man, look at this. I have no arms. So, oh, that's right. I hear that the glow stick and a kitchen knife, maybe not a good plan for fighting a Balrog. It's like, you're telling me that now. So, Kina, how you doing? So, thank you so much for all the follows. Appreciate that. And let me get, oh yeah, let's go back to some of this on his sleeve over here. So we have been painting a whole bunch of these Highlanders right here again. Here's some more of them over here. Now this is actually one of the old GW ones right here. These are all 3D printed from Midbury Miniatures. We've been having a blast with these. Actually, let me get some blue on his sword now that I see it here. And of course, where's our little hobbitses that we've been painting too? So this is Little Legolas right here. We just call him Little Leggy. Oh, this one is Bilbo Bananigans. So yeah, he chucks that banana at you. And, well, you slip and fall automatically. And then, oh, here's Gallagher. Once per game ability. He smashes the pumpkin. Everything within 3 inches is immobilized, friend or foe. Yes, friend or foe immobilized. And of course, where's here? This is yeah. There's Farmer Maggot right there. Don't mess with his crops. Don't mess with his corn, cause he's gonna get you. Yeah, don't mess with Farmer Maggot. That's not gonna end well for you. And of course, we recently did this. This was that 90 Space Marine challenge. Actually, Cap, did you do one of these too? Added the little 3D printed bit there. Had some fun with the object source lighting, a little bit of the non-metallic, and then just a little touch of freehand on the shoulder pad, because, you know, funsies. That was really fun to do. Let me see if I can get a little bit of the, here's some sky blue. It's more like it. There we go. And I'm going to try and do the same over here. A little lighter though, maybe. So Danimals, that's, I like to just do the made-up chapters myself. I mean, I've done a whole bunch, well, I painted plenty of Space Marine regular chapters. I mean, we've done a whole series on the Patreon page of kind of your more traditional ones, right? I mean, there's your impies, we got white scars and salamanders, we did blood angels and dark angels and all that kind of stuff. But what I actually like doing is just kind of making up my own here. Much more fun for me anyways. So this was a blast doing these guys. Gonna also be painting up some vehicles with that same color scheme slash freehand and such. So Catmaster is painting a giant Space Marine there. Well, Catmaster, yeah, see, Catmaster, that's where the oils would be very handy. So thank you so much again for all the follows. Appreciate that. Now here I'm going to try and get a little bit more of that lighter sky blue color here. Let's see if we can do this here. There we go. That's just some of the radiant turquoise. Here, let's take the blending brush to this. So yeah, for me, I much prefer just making up my own Space Marine chapters and such. Alright, back to the blending brush again. See that? Hashtag no layers. No need. And that's why this step, well, that's why the oils are able to paint stuff so quickly with them. But also, that's why they don't take forever to dry. Seriously, by this time tomorrow night, stuff should be dry. Don't have to wait forever for that. I don't really paint so much Space Marine things quite so much anymore. Well, although I do have a bunch of Eldar stuff that we'll be working on. We have the Tyranids that we'll be doing. Actually, oh, we just did finish a Space Marine series. Where the heck did he go? Here he is. Let me see if I can dig him out of here. So we did an army painting series on the Howling Griffins here. So that was a 5-part series. We painted a whole bunch of these guys. That was pretty wild. Oh yeah, the Conquest. Now that's these guys right here, right? This is the War Dune for Conquest here, I think, right? That's got to be them. We painted these up on stream too. Like I said, just go check out some of those past sessions. They're right there, sitting on the sitting there in the highlights. Yeah, let's get this a little later over here too. Definitely want the blade. Oh yeah, this is the other thing we've been doing, is adding a little bit of that over here. Now, Danimals, that was what it was an army painting series. Instead of me having to do an army painting series on Imperial Fists and on Blood Angels, well, I just did them both in the same one. We did both the red and did the yellow. So that way you got 2 chapters out of 1 series.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gums.
Thank you so much, Torchy Principal. I appreciate that. There couldn't possibly be another Gandalf, could there? There couldn't possibly be. Oh, wait a minute, there is. It's like, where did you come from? Well, actually, from the Printing Goes Ever On, because I'm 3D printed. Thank you so much, Torchy. Appreciate that. And again, we painted the Blood Angels and such on the here's our Blood Angel right there. So that was another one again of our chapter studies videos that we did. All done with the oils. And, oh, that's right, we forgot about our salamanders. There's your salamanders. I think we've done 9 or 10 of these. Kind of lost track. Alright, let me see if I can get a little bit lighter with his hair in a couple of places here. No, Nerifield's going to run off and get a snack for everybody in the class. Yep, she has to bring something back for everybody. Let me see if I can get a little light here, and maybe a little lighter up there too, underneath his eye. Back to the hair again. Boy, Isidore, the last time I had painted salamanders was probably back in 2013 or 2014 when I had to paint a land raider and a drop pod. Oh, and then a whole bunch of assault marines too. So thanks for doing the clip there, Bithron. Appreciate that. So now I think Kaylee probably is already headed off to sleep there. Again, everybody please give Kaylee Larson a follow, as well as Catmaster and Isidore. That was quite the cavalcade of raids right there. You'd almost think that the Corsairs of Umbar were showing up. Oh wait, there they are. Also 3D printed, also from Medbury, just like these guys. So yeah, the digital sculpting / printing has really been incredibly helpful for us ME SBG players, since a lot of the other miniatures we would have to deal with, well, either don't exist anymore, or are very hard to find or extremely expensive. Like my my Corsairs of Umbar army, that's going to be entirely 3D printed. Same thing with my Farharad army. Well, I think I have a couple of GW Mahouds, and that's about it. I do have the Golden Emperor of Abrakan, but that's near Harad. My overall project for Middle-earth, of course, is to create one of every single army, including the Legendary Legions. So needless to say, 3D printing is a bit of a help there. Slight, not, yeah, that's an understatement of epic proportion right there. Trying to do all of those armies without the 3D printing, kind of impossible. I see we need a little bit more of our tartan pattern down there. Might also try to lighten this up a smidge more. Where's our other guy that has that? This one. Boy, Catmaster, he also has fabulous terrain as well. Some really incredible terrain. Actually, I just printed out some of his Mahood Riders, of all things. Yeah, I just printed out some of his Mahood Riders. I will be trying to print out one of his Oliphants, probably maybe next week or so. So Danimals, we have tons of stuff from the printing goes that we're on. Actually, well, here, where's our dwarves? That's all from the printing goes that we're on, right there. And of course, let me see, where's my... That's not them over there. Where's our Dark Queen Shma? There we go. That's also from the printing goes ever on. So yeah, we've done a ton of stuff from printing goes ever on. I don't have a bunch of it around because, well, it's all tucked away in my army cases.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gums.
Thank you so much, Smiley Quinn. I appreciate that. It's like, you shall not pass. It's like, dude, I think if you maybe you should have taken a pass on the burrito. It's like, I suppose so. Because, whew, he just did. So thank you so much for that follow, Smiley Quinn. I appreciate that. So yeah, we've got the... I just printed out the Army of the Dead again because the Frozen Sonic Mini 4K, remember that was being all crazy. So it's been printed out again now with the Mono X, much better. I printed out, well, you might be seeing some of these guys, potentially maybe Saturday, but the printing goes ever on versions. Because yes, he also did Fiefdoms. He also did Dol Am. So yes, you might just be seeing some of those. Kind of depends what I can get set up and prepped between now and then. Yeah, we're going to change this around here. That was a little bit funky there too. Alright, that's a little better now. Yeah, Smiley Quinn, the printing stuff, and of course, well, it's great with all the 3D printed basing bits. You have a good night there, Catmaster. Appreciate you being here. So this is all 3D printed here, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different 3D printed basing bits for this miniature here. Again, that's also 3D printed. And here you got another example. Look at this. This is a Dark Sword figure. Everything else is all 3D printed. So that's basically like a mini diorama right there. And all of this stuff is from Make It Epic Basing. Foxes, ground cover, stump, bog myrtle bushes, bunnies, birch trees. You can see the difference here on the Kathy Tribute miniature. What that makes. Once again, all 3D printed there. All the oxalis plants and the rose bushes and such, all 3D printed. And then here's those birch trees in action, like this. Again, all the fabulous birch trees. And then if you want to do things, well, here like this, right? Look at these hoodoo rocks. Because these Shatterpoint bases, they're about as plain as they can possibly be. We added the hoodoo rocks, again 3D printed. It certainly makes things really more interesting. Now yeah, Danimals, we painted those in one of our army painting series over here. Let me scroll up to almost there. There we go. So you'll recognize some of those. That would be a lot of the Forge World guys. Now these are the plastics, but there you go. There's the Forge World guys right there. So we had a blast with those. But now we've got lots of 3D printed versions of them. You have a good night's sleep there, Isidore. And again, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Isidore27 a follow. So restore that little bit of dark over there. Much better. That's it. Now let me see if I can go the opposite way here with a little more light. There. Touch more over here too. Hey there, Snick. Nice to see you again. So, Snick, I know it's been a little while. Hopefully, you've been doing really good. So, yeah, I have a on my Patreon page. I have an entire series of videos just dedicated to Dark Sword miniatures. I believe I'm on episode 90 or something like that. Yeah, somewhere around there. Well, I'm glad that you're doing well there, Snickson. Glad that you're doing well. Here's some of our. There's some of the dark swords there, and then we've a whole batch of them over here. Oh, there's the bust that we did. Oh yeah, that was oh, those were some fun ones as well. There's some more of our dark sword stuff here. Haven't seen these in quite a while, like a long time here. Takes me a while to scroll up there to find those guys. Here we go. So all of these painted as tutorials on the Patreon page. Each one of these represents a single tutorial. So right there you've seen like 15 tutorials. Now, and then these guys are very fun too. So yeah, we've had a blast with all the different Dark Sword figures. And some of them we've done, well, we painted once in acrylics, and then we'll paint it again with the oils in the exact same color scheme. Snick, if you have any pictures of that, Discord or Instagram links or something like that, you want to share those in the chat, go ahead and share those in the chat there, for sure. Here, let me fix up this finger over there. Got a little bit smudgy. Oh yeah, we need to do the same thing with this tartan over here. Let's get to this blue. Chuck some of that down here. And then our somewhat lighter blue here. There we go. And it just has to be a suggestion when it's down there. Yeah, just a suggestion. That's all we need to do there. So yeah, Snick, if you wanted to share your link to that, that would be fantastic. Alright, let me see if I can get my lightest light here out on the end of that sleeve, if I can. What's left of our radiant blue here. So everybody, that's check out that planetfigure.com site there again. That's Snickson. So let Snickson know if that link works. If everybody could please check that out, and then let us know if that link is working. I can't actually click on the links myself, so we'll ask for other folks to do that and let us know if it's actually working. Here, let me do more of our fast matte white over here, and just gonna a dot of thinner on that to break that down, like so here. So it works. Danimals has checked it out and says that it's fantastic. I think we've added as much light as we can there. No, not too much of that. It's just too cold of a color to put on the hair. Let's save that again for the sleeves here, which I think we've gotten those pretty well. So Bithron also has checked it out. Again, please check out the link there by Snickson. Say lots of kudos and kind words. So Snick, again, it's great to see you. Oh yeah, let's get this edge pushed a little further to the left there. That's better. Alright, now back to our this guy right here. I need to get him a little bit lighter skin tone on the upper lip. Not too light though, a little more Terra Rosa. Again, it's caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Look at that, see? Like so. Ah, that's better. Yeah, that skin tone had gotten kind of all dark there. Oh, well, Snick, that sounds fantastic. I'm sure that's going to be really fun. Again, do not have my hand close to the metal ferrule of that brush. Nowhere near that. Oh yeah, by the way, I don't even know if anybody noticed, but there was one point where, I don't even remember which miniature it was, but the brush with a whole bunch of light green paint on it went right across, from the sword across the hand, right onto the plaid, and that all got fixed very easily with the oil paint. So again, hashtag no mistakes with the oils. I think we got our light green out on the edges of those. I get some more of my blue here on the tartan. Maybe we'll do this. Snick, I wish you luck with that. I'm sure you'll have a blast doing it. I'm sure you will. I actually found out that some these plinths from Loot Studios are actually originally meant for doing busts, are actually really fantastic. Now all you have to do is just cut the little post off of them, and now they make really, really great miniature plinths. Alright, here I'm going to change this around a little bit. That's going to just go this way here. And then we'll change this. Now, it's not going to go quite the way I originally intended because the flowers got in the way. And Lily pushed my brush in a different direction, but that's okay. See, we have another nifty little pattern right there. Hey there, Chromonaut community, how you doing? Chromonaut, if you wanted to share the YouTube video, this is the perfect opportunity to do that. Yes, definitely share the YouTube video, and also do share your link to the fabulous figures there. Yeah, if you don't mind doing that, that'd be great. Alright, here we're going to try and do some more of our little freehand wove pattern there. Maybe the same thing here. We'll just try and do a little something here. Again, if it doesn't work, we can just wipe it away. Ah, that'd be fantastic, Chromonaut. Yeah, so everybody please check that out. So that's the fabulous Corvus Cabal right there. And so check out that video. It's always fantastic to see somebody's kind of perspective on the oils and such. Because there might be something in there that just kind of clicks for you. So please go click on that, so to speak. Now, what about this? We need to sharpen up some edges on the bottom of that here somehow. I'm gonna maybe take up this. I don't know. Let's see what this will do. Something like that with my blending brush here. Do that, and now let's lighten this up here. So again, also check out the Insta link there. So yeah, Chromonaut community, those really looked fabulous. All right, I'm just gonna make a little bit of a change here. Where's my bigger blending brush? Not that big. No, we don't want this guy. We'll try this one here again then. All right, so I just do that later blob right there. Now we're just gonna take that, scumble that, mix it with what's already there. And now we're gonna define the edge of, there we go. That's what we need to do, is just looking a little bit smushy there. Looks a whole lot harder now. Oh, thank you so much, Chromonaut community. Oh, gee whiz, look at this. Oh, that's a sad, sad, sad sight right there, for sure. Thanks so much, Chromonaut. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit more light along his sleeve here. Ooh, take that same blending brush here. Poof, there we go. So yeah, Chromonaut, those they really look fabulous. They really do. And I know you were saying how much you were able to really kind of just take advantage of the pre-glaze and set up subsequent applications. It was really fantastic to see those, and it was nifty to see you kind of going, well, there was some dark overlight as well, right? And I know a lot of folks that just, oh, we have, with the oils, you can only go light over dark, and it was really fantastic to see in the one couple parts of the video where you said, no, you can do this. That was really great to see that. We'll get a little bit of the blue here, maybe to reflect some of this. Just a touch of it there. Yeah, Chromonaut, I'm looking forward to, well, there's a vehicle that I'll be painting in a tutorial series. For the Patreon page, that'll be that, the Sherman Russ. Yeah, so it's a Lehman Russ that looks just like a Sherman. And I can't wait to do the pre-glaze on that. That's going to be really fun. Get that. Nope, we already got our lighter line there. Just going to do a bit more of the lighter, but right there along that edge now, it's a little bit more reflected light. Well, Irid, you have a good night there. Again, sorry that there was some more hassles for you, but hopefully those hassles just finally end. So yeah, Chromonaut, hopefully the filming of it was relatively easy. For me, it took a long time to optimize the minimal amount of editing time. That was actually the big thing, because it used to take upwards of 18 to 22 hours or so between the filming, editing, rendering, and all that kind of stuff. It is now well under half that. Much less. Yes, being able to just, what was we call it, the old plop and push, right, Chromonaut? So good night there, Arid. You have yourself a good one. Everybody, please give Arid a can wife a follow if you could. Alright, these fingers need to get a little bit of cleanup on them here. We'll just do the lighter stuff first, then we'll just come back with the dark, so it'll just be that much easier. So we'll do that first. Then we'll separate them with some dark. Some Van Dyke brown here. Like so, right in between the fingers. Between the hands. Sword hill there. Oh, that is kind of flat on the bottom there. Alright, good to know. Yeah, even just learning that it's better to use just Photoshop text graphics instead of the text function for doing type and stuff like that in the editing. It renders so much faster. As in, you can see the one just really slow to a crawl, and the other one, you just see it, well, it's like it's not even doing anything. And I said, ah, yeah, glad I did it that way. Alright, just a little bit of the darker stuff there. It's actually some of my hot glue. We're just going to cover up there, and then again, once we start throwing all of the flock and foliage on there and ground cover, well, I mean, this thing, if you watch the painting of this, all of this looked like he was in some kind of dead forest or the dead marshes or something. Then these are actually grass tufts that I made for myself, these really tall ones right here. I actually have a video on using that machine, then some flock here and other types of ground cover. We've got the armored wolf flower tufts over there. So yeah, Chroma, those are just some really handy ways of, well, since I have to do at least 10 videos every month for the Patreon page, plus at least 4 YouTube videos. And then really you have to somehow keep the, well, not just the editing time, but also the rendering time down to some kind of reasonable levels. That's fine. I will have to do a speed ramped or a video for the painting of that mural. That's going to have to be done in speed ramp style. Since there's a good 17, 18 hours of footage there. Hey there, Chris. So yeah, well, we're really trying to push here to get through these Fiefdoms guys here. I think that's going to be the big push this weekend, is trying to slam through these guys here. Yeah, Chromatic community, well, +2, well, they also had music playing, so I can't use any of the audio from it anyways. And I'm so far away from where the audio source is, you probably couldn't hear me anyhow. I know that, well, Zorpazorp, he would do that on his terrain pieces. Chris, if you don't blink for that long, you're going to have some very dry eyes, aren't you? Your eyes are going to be very, very dry. Then at that point you do blink, they'll just be closed shut. Yeah, let me take some more of my... Yeah, we're going to lighten this up too. And also at the same time then do a little bit of cleanup on our freehand here. In between those, there we go. So again, that makes it really easy to do a little bit of cleanup work there. Now let me take a look here. Alright, I might go a little lighter on the inside of the oxalis plants, I suppose. Just cause. Alright, we got some of our radiant magenta here. Ooh, that might be a little too much, so we'll back up. A little bit of the perline red in there too, okay. Thanks, Chris. These I knew these guys would be a really good way of showing not just the non-metallic metal, but how simple it is to do with the oil paints, where you're not struggling to have to do a whole bunch of layers. And that is another rationale, but behind how I pick or when I'm painting on stream is just, well, I think this really showed this particular thing really well. Here, let's keep going more of our, again, that lighter magenta there. And this one really has quite the big batch of the oxalis. And what's interesting, Chris, is that they also have them kind of, like here you have a very distinct sky earth, right? Because you have the under. Actually, I'm going to have to get some more on the underside of that too. Here, let me do a little bit of our light there. I think we're pretty good over here. Yeah, let's try this guy here. This is the GW one. I also need to, well, speaking of the sword here, now that one, that metal one there, I basically reforged it with a metal file. Yeah, I mean, that's how it is with a 20-year-old metal miniature. That's kind of how that goes. Now let me get back to my hair. Let's try some of this, maybe a little bit of the Indian yellow to warm that up a bit. Oh yeah, that's just all practically white there. No wonder. And this has a whole bunch of nothing on it on the other side. Well, that's his hand. How about we go the opposite way now? Egyptian violet. Indian yellow. Makes quite the crazy amber type color there. And that's going to go here. Blending brush. Like this. Yeah, let's darken this up too. Alright, now I think that's another thing I might want to get is some more of the lighter turquoise up there. Also, oh. We have all of this red here, nary a reflection on this metal right here. Maybe some there, okay. Now, do we need a little bit more of our earth reflecting on the bottom of this first, though? We'll take our blending brush to it. Yes, here, let's try that. I'm going to try the brilliant yellow pale. First, we'll get the edge of the sword down over here. Like that. Now let's see if we can get this edge of it here. This one. Kind of lost that. We'll throw this here, and then we'll come back with our darks and cut away some of that. That already starts to make it look a little sharper here. Now let's get to some of the radiant turquoise here, so that's less of a line, more of a shape, right? We want shapes, not lines. Asphaltum, Van Dyke Brown. Let's try the Van Dyke Brown first here. Van Dyke Brown, that's also going to go along our edge here. Blending brush so that is not just a line. So that vastly improved right there. I'll try and do something similar on this side. I Would probably want to get some light over that. Let me do this first, though. There's an Arathu. There we go. Boy, Arathu, the last couple of streams when Big Jim and such were here, I said, man, where's the wild Arathu? Where's the King of Norway? Actually, hopefully, Arathu, you've had a chance to, well, head down a little bit further south there and hang out. So, Arathu, great to see you again. All right, we're just going to add that light in there. Take this blending brush again. And then we're just going to push that around. That's much better there. So great to see you again, Arathu. Yeah, I was asking him if you were playing BG3 with them and such in the Discords. Ah, so visiting for a while. That's good, Arathu. Glad that was you were able to do that for sure. That's it. Well, let's hit the edge of this. Bingo. There we are. No, not too much. That's what Mr. Blending Brush is for. Just get rid of that. Now, look at that. Hashtag no mistakes, not with the oils. I can lighten this up much easier. Yeah, Rather, I wish I could show you the all the stuff I've been doing on the house. We did get the tree removed. Not this last weekend, but the weekend before that. That was a crew of 7 and a 100-foot tall crane, or 100-foot long crane, rather. That is now finally gone. So Arathu, well, that's certain folks, they wear the kilts because those sheep, they got really good hearing and they can hear a zipper a mile away. So that's a little bit of kilt makes life easier. Here, let's get some more of our light down here. I'm gonna let me see. I'm gonna throw this light here. No, I gotta get more of the skin tone on that. Yeah, that was actually supposed to be gone in May, like May 27th. Needless to say, that kind of fouled up the timing of a whole bunch of other things that we're trying to do here, like the garage. But it's a good thing that we had these guys do it, because somebody else, yeah, that's not something we would have wanted just anybody doing. So see, we got the reflected light there now on that armor. Let me see if I can't get some more light on that side of his face over here. So yes, been doing all kinds of work, especially on the basement, trying to, well, the more stuff I do there, the more space I have upstairs. So technically really working on 3 areas of the house simultaneously. I'll see you in a bit there, Bithron. Oh yeah, let me get the... maybe go darker with the eyebrows here. Ah, yeah, I think that works a little bit better. What about underneath the lips there, maybe? Ah, okay. Well, that's take our blending brush again. There we go. Get that fixed up. Van Dyke Brown. Nah, see, we need to really establish over here the, ooh, that's the one I've been looking for. No, here, we're just going to get some of our radiant turquoise. Pop that over here. Try to really establish a horizon line there. Ah, much better. Again, looking for some reflected light here. We just kind of had lost some of that. Well, part of it is, again, ancient GW sculpt here. This thing has to be at least 22, 23 years old, somewhere in that neighborhood. That makes it a little bit tougher. All right, is that hair? Is that his hand? I don't know. Again, older sculpt. Sometimes those things get a little bit mysterious. Here, back to my lighter colors on that. Let me look at one of my other. Let's see, what's let me see if I can go with a little bit of ultramarine blue here. So we've got that over here. Is that too light or too dark? Let's try this again. Not really looking to change how light or dark it is. I'm looking to sort of change the color of it a little bit. Maybe I'll throw a little bit of that over here too. Also, let me darken up this a little on the top here. Oh no, wait. What am I doing? Why am I putting a sky color up there? What's right next to it? The hair color. Yes. How's about this reflect on it? Thank you very much. Gee whiz, why am I trying to reflect the sky when the thing that's right next to it is the hair? Okay, there you go. So that's something that's really important. Can't underestimate that whole idea of the reflected light, the reflected colors. If you want something to look like it's metal, if you don't reflect the surrounding environment, whether that's a bunch of trees or a red brick road or something like that, it's not going to look like metal. It can have some nice shading on it and all that, but it won't be convincing unless it's got that, again, the reflecting of those other colors. Thank you so much, Zerkina. I appreciate that. Thanks, Zerk. Thank you so much. Again, appreciate all the follows and the subs. That is much appreciated. So can we throw more light out here? And that kind of goes with some of our chapters of the Book of Wapol here, right? Where we've had, so we've talked about this. We've done several film noirs, right? Where we showed that once the color is gone, the values almost are the same. It's the color contrast. And that's another thing right there, the color intensity, right? Whether it's a very warm color, and then metal surfaces always reflect their surroundings. So thank you so much, Zerk. I appreciate that. I know it is definitely different than what's usually out there, isn't it? I never really was aware of that because, well, when you're just doing stuff, and then people say, "Wow, that is really different. That's not what we see everywhere else." That's always interesting.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gum.
Thank you so much, Steffi. Appreciate that. Of course, we have, again, so many Gandalfs to choose from. It's like, ooh, hey, it's like, well, hey, why are we fighting each other? It's like, I don't know. We're just sculpted this way. Thank you so much, Steph. Appreciate that. So thank you so much. We do, well, we painted all of these up on stream. I made up my own little chapter right here. We did a whole unit of 5 of these guys. Let's see. Well, here's another one right here. So these were really fun. There we had some fun with the swords, doing a whole different kind. And then here too, you got the we're reflecting this round. Right? We're reflecting the gray of the concrete there right onto his legs, and of course the blue reflects onto the yellow. Thank you so much, Zerk. Appreciate that. And then go. Where's our? We did the '90s Space Marine challenge here, and I thought it'd be fun to throw a little bit of object source sliding, then the non-metallic, and then just a quick little freehand design there, just for some funsies. That was interesting to do that. Now we'll bit around that. That's making me hungry for sure. Actually, I've just printed out some, well, from Titan Forge, some of the Titan Forge Sylvaneth elves, and actually printed out the Titan Forge. Oh gosh, they're Bretonians, and of course, well, we have an army painting series on the Chaos Dwarves from Lost Kingdoms. We'll get that going again. And actually, one of those we did I think a 3-part series on. Oh, was it this one? Yes, this guy right here. So the first part of it was the basing, and then the conversion, because again, the shields don't come this way, and they don't usually have swords in their left hand either. So yeah, this was a really fun conversion to do. That was the first episode. Then 2 episodes of painting on this. That was really fun. So again, I want to do a vehicle so that we can probably it's like on the doors or something like that to paint that on there. So yeah, this is well, we kind of call it the freehand channel, and all 5 of these guys, we've been painting these here tonight over the last, well, almost 6 hours. Thanks, Gator Muffin. Appreciate that. Yeah, that was a really fun project, and looking forward again to doing maybe some vehicles where I get to do that freehand even larger. I'm going to throw a little bit of the red out, or it's kind of a magenta here. Don't want to make them look like they're drunk, but so Steffi, yeah, the Princeton Velvet. Well, there's basically 2 primary brushes we use here. Is these one, of course, the craft brushes too, and that's another one of our primary. So basically, these 3: the craft brushes, the filberts, and the short liners. And again, these are all artificial hair brushes. I gave up on sables a long time ago. So Zerkna, this is what pays the bills here. So there's motivation, well, hunger, homelessness, that kind of stuff. Those are relatively strong motivating factors. But yes, I print out tons of stuff. Zerkna, I have a pair of Mono X printers that are basically going 24 hours a day, every day. And that's the first thing I'll be doing after the stream tonight, is actually taking the latest prints off, getting more build plates made, and getting an overnight print run going. Now, a bit there, sorry you got the headache coming on there. Here, let's throw some of that on this guy too. We did the greenish parts. Now we're going to try and do some of this here. So Zerkna, that used to be my primary source of income for years and years. But when Kathy got sick in 2022, that kind of wiped that out, so that I had to really rely on the tutorial videos and the Twitch streams. But that's what I used to do, was pretty much exclusively commission, but that kind of had to change. Now that might start up again. That's what I'm hoping, but we have to do the recovery on the house and such. A lot of things that had to be sort of set aside while that was going on. So that's actually one of the reasons why I use the magnifier light, because the light is in front of me and it's pointing right at the miniature instead of lighting up the whole area. And obviously, well, it magnifies too, so that also reduces the eye strain big time. Chromonaut, when you start to factor in some of the other ancillary things like shipping costs and places where you might try to have those, do that sales stuff with, well, we used to do eBay all the time until eBay became untenable. Etsy's kind of doing the same thing. Now, it also depends on how proficient you are at the teaching, because teaching is not for everybody. Just as it is, I come from a whole family of teachers. I mean, that's pretty much a genetic thing for us. That's basically what we all do. So that's kind of that's another one of those intangibles right there. So yes, I have the Patreon page. If you do the Army Painter pledge level, that's the $15 one, you will be getting 10 years worth of video tutorials. Good luck binge watching somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,400 to 1,500 hours of tutorial videos. I mean, it could be closer to 1,600, I don't know, but it's got to be at least 14, because there are hundreds and hundreds of videos, and on average they're about 120 minutes long. So that to me says there's got to be close to 1,500 hours worth of videos there. And I just did the most recent video yesterday, posted it up on the Patreon page. Every month I do about 9 or 10 more new videos, again at about 2 hours a crack. Not good at math, but that sounds like about 20 hours plus a month. Well, plus somewhere around 100 hours of streaming every month, plus at least 4 or 5 YouTube videos every month. It's busy, somewhat busy. Here, let me get a little bit more on my lighter skin tone over here, and then I think, we need some lighter stuff up here. I'm going to start off with the Radiant Turquoise up here. There you go. Something like this. There we go. Now that should be a little lighter. Does it have to be skin color? I don't know. This sounds like a violet right here. No, more dirty little magenta. So Chromonaut community, when Kathy got sick and that business got shut down, that was the big saving, was that, well, there was 10 years worth of videos. Because there was no just sitting down to paint a bunch of miniatures or ship them out. There was no time for that. But again, it will be, it's going to depend on how effective you can be with the teaching. Again, it's not an automatic thing. There were teachers I even had in school myself, in art school. Some were better than others, that's for sure. And we'll lighten this a little bit right here. Boy, but that is not something that you see in most sculpted metal miniatures, is where the chainmail itself has folds in it. Yeah, this is a 3D print from Medbury Miniatures. And so yeah, we appreciate everybody that supported us during that whole time. We really, really do. And folks continue to support, so I appreciate that continued support. And obviously all the folks that are on the Patreon page. That is quite literally what keeps the lights on. I think we've got some, I think it's tea time. I think it's tea time. I'm going to guess that Steep Tea has come our way with 14 of Steep Tea's closest friends. Oh, look at that. I'm right every single time. That's what you call Elrond-like foresight. Yes, indeed. So, Steep, how are you doing? Everybody, please give Steep Tea a follow if you could. Now, Steve, were you sculpting on stream, working on a base, or were you painting? Every time I would look, it was kind of a little twixt and tween. So, Steve, great to see you again. And of course, Steve, if you want to post anything in the chat, I know, well, you could skedaddle off to the photo booth now, but if you have other work in progress things that are all set to show off, some Instagrams there, that would be fabulous. I needed to tone those guys down. So we've been painting on 5 of our Clansmen of Lamadon. This is for our Middle-earth strategy battle game here. This one's actually about a 20-some-odd-year-old metal miniature, but then all the rest here. So here's some of the 5 guys that we've been working on. These are all 3D printed from Medbury Miniatures, also with 3D printed oxalis plants. Some more KDM miniatures. So yeah, definitely, Steep, if you want to share some. I know you've done a lot of KDM stuff. Here's some of the recent type things. So we just put this one up on the YouTube channel today. Speaking, well, there's lots of blues there. And of course, well, we did this Kathy miniature. This is the Reaper Siocast version. Oh, look, also plaid right there. So that was fun, and more oxalis plants. We've also been doing lots of little hobbitses. Lots of pesky little hobbitses like Bilbo Bananigans here. Where you at, Bilbo? There you are. So he's always up to shenanigans with his bananigans right there. And then, of course, lots of the Star Wars Shatterpoint stuff. We did the Inquisitor box recently. I'm going to get another one of the Jedi boxes ready to go, and we'll be probably painting some of those maybe next week, because, well, lots of glowy things. Yeah, here's one of the, well, this is the Grand Inquisitor right here. So we got lots of fun glowy things there. Actually, well, this one was actually painted on the Patreon page. That's right. I think I did 4 Shatterpoint videos so far. This one also was on, it's also on the Patreon page, doing the magenta glow. Using our own homemade fluorescent oil paints. Yes. Powders, linseed oil, oil paints. Boom. Because that's how we roll. And it's actually easier sometimes just to make your own. And again, everybody, please give Steep Tea a follow. Steep, it's again great to see you once again. I'm gonna lighten up the sleeve a little more up here. Let's kind of separate it actually value-wise, not just color-wise, but value-wise from all the tartan here. Hey, Mitty Matties, great to see you again. I hope that you're doing well. So nice to see you, Mitty Matty. I know it's been a little while. I know the hours on the stream sometimes they've had to kind of change a little bit here and there. So Mitty Matty's now I don't know what kind of stuff have you been working on lately. Hopefully, life has not interfered too much with the painting, and you've been able to continue with all the projects. What about this? Whoa, tempted to mess with it. I don't think so. Sometimes the thing you don't do can be the most important thing. Well, glad that you're able to paint there for sure. And hopefully that is nice and relaxing. Gets the taste of that out of your mind. Alright, let's go here to this guy here. I need to maybe strengthen up that edge again. Oh yeah, I did hit this down here. Trying to do a little bit of cleanup here on some of our freehand. Now we're going to do a little bit more with our indigo here. So some indigo. Here, yeah, we've got a whole bunch of edges here that we need to solidify. Let's do that here. This is the one. Okay, here we are. Just kind of lost track of that edge over there. I might just darken that down too. Alright, what's happening over here? I'll try to darken this down to sharpen up this edge here. That's fantastic. Wow. Mini Manny's now. Mini Manny's, if you have any Instagram, Discord links or whatever of that project, and you want to share those, that'd be very cool. This is another one. We did it on the other one. Kind of didn't do that here. So, all right, that's better. Now let's get the underside of this with our yellow here. Come back with our brilliant yellow pale. Like so. Ooh, yeah, over the top here. Lighten up that some more. Trying to give that nice bright highlight for our golds. That needs a little more reflected light. Same over here. So it'll back over to that Indian yellow. What's happening with his hair? But let me lighten that up a little bit more. That's certainly the latest hair color that we've done so far. So everybody please check out that Discord link there that Mini Manny's just posted. Also give Mini Manny's a follow. Same thing, give Steve T a follow too, if you could please. Back to that brilliant yellow pale. here, there. Okay, so yeah, that really changes around his hair. We needed that to be a little bit later. Alright, now I'm going to go back to the blue woad that we tried to do on the arm that got kind of nuked when our brush went wonky. So again, everybody please check out the link that Mini Maddie's just posted. So Mini Maze, that's fantastic. Glad that you've been able to work on that. Vitron, I wasn't sure if you've had a chance to share your Gundam piece there yet in the chat. If you wanted to do so, maybe you already did, but if you didn't, you want to share that, that'd be fabulous too. You know, I'll put a little design. Let me see if this is going to work here. Yeah, you know, I'll do that. Yeah, there we go. That's fun. Oh, geez, Grand Oracle, thanks for staying here. Boy, you've been here a long, long time. I know you had the school meeting and such. So thanks for being here, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Yeah, so it's 2:19 in the morning here. All right, here we're gonna darken this up a little bit of the perline black. Over here too. That's that really dark green. That's one of those Winsor Newton ones that kind of snuck up on me. I was looking at on the Dick Blick website, looking at the basically the history of that pigment color, and it said for the longest time it was actually as a printer's ink, not an oil paint color or anything like that. So everybody, please check out the link there by Bithron. Grand Oracle, hopefully we get back to some hobbitses, and then you and Chris can duel it out in a battle of pun champions. So yeah, I'm hoping to get a whole ton more hobbits all prepped up, and that way we I think we can have lots of punnage that way. Tonnage of punnage for sure. Because why not, right? Wait, that needs to be a little darker right there, and then also here, and then down here. I need to actually, we got the sky-earth thing going. I actually have to have some greens. We need to have some greens reflected out. I know we got the rocks right here, but what we have to basically take into account is something more like this. So you see that kind of devoid of the greenery? Well, that's what it's actually going to end up looking like. It's more like that. So, in that case, let's see if we can get a little bit of our green over here. Radiant green. I actually get me a little bit of my Indian yellow in there, not a little bit more. Okay, yes. Well, look at we have some tans, we have some greens in there. How's about we do that on this sword? Oh, and by the way, this is practically a dry brush here. Yeah, that's almost a dry brush. There's pretty much no thinner on this brush whatsoever. This is it's a liner brush with the oils, and yet we're able to essentially dry brush with it. That's why the paint just not It's not going to take that long to dry because we are not piling it up on there with a steam shovel. You would not believe the beneficial effect that can have. Where is my blending brush? Over here. We'll just have to use this one then, I guess. This is another reason why it's not going to take forever to dry, because we put down a color, then we grab another brush. Why don't we do something like this? Again, more of a dry brush type of a thing here. Hey there, Jimmy the brush. How you doing? Great to see you. Everybody, please give Jimmy the brush a follow. Jimmy, same thing there. If you wanted to share, well, look at that. Look at that. See those folds and undulations in the chainmail there? That is really fantastic. Don't really see that very much, do you? Sculpted in the chainmail. So everybody, please give Jimmy the brush to follow. And of course, Jimmy, if you want to again share any sort of links there, again, Discord, Instalink, or something. So Jimmy, it's just great to see you. I know it's been a little while since I've been able to stream it this time. Kind of hoping that I can do some more of that as things stabilize here. Yeah, and we actually, well, let's see. Well, now we're 6 hours and 16 minutes in. But definitely great to see you there, Jimmy. Can I get, yeah, over here? Something that's almost a little bit more gray into that. What about back here? Okay, we got the light there. Gonna kill some of that edge. We've got our woad pattern up there. See, we got a little bit of that red, magenta, reddish color there. We got the greenish gray here. That's kind of how skin tone is going to be, because you have, well, if you have areas where the blood vessels are closer to the surface, you have other areas where there's kind of that fatty tissue there, and that will tend to kind of gray and greenish, make that skin tone more gray or green. Jimmy the Brush, unfortunately I attended 3 conventions all at the same time. Let's see. Reaper Can't, Dragon Don't, and Nova Nopen. Yeah, didn't get a chance to go to any of those. Definitely a bummer. But again, so everything here is still very much in a recovery mode. Ooh, let me get some of that green over here. So until all that stuff is kind of stabilized and such, we'll again hoping for next year. Obviously, Adepticon. That's the big one. That is definitely the big one that I'm looking to get to, because I want to be doing all my demos there in Fort Wapple. We're going to be setting up a camera. Well, my camera will be setting up there, and I'll just be doing live demos the whole time in Fort Wapple. So yeah, there's well, let's put it this way: without even restarting my exercise regimen, lost about 10 pounds just from doing the work on the inside and outside of the house. That just kind of is how physical it's gotten. That was kind of shocking when I grabbed a pair of pants, put them on, and said, wait a minute, I couldn't wear these a month and a half ago. Well, Jimmy the Brush, fortunately I have. It's a type of camera that I don't need a webcam there. It actually has its own controls on the camera itself, a little screen. It's similar to the ones that I think Adepticon uses for their classes. They hopefully, now they said they would have a monitor for me. Now, if you're teaching classes, most likely the convention would have a monitor and a camera, hopefully. Not everyone does. And sometimes maybe they have them for certain classes and not for others. But a lot of times I just kind of assume that I have to bring all the stuff myself. Because it doesn't always work, the convention stuff. But yeah, here, hoping that I can just take a camera. Again, what I would normally do is take a camera plus my laptop and set that up. But this is in the hotel, basically, hallway. So yeah, hoping to do lots and lots and lots of demos at Fort Wapple. We get some a little bit of light over here too. On his neck, and a little bit lighter on the beard there. So yeah, I just actually ReaperCon, the cameras that they have are based on, well, the camera that they saw me bring there, which they hooked up to a monitor in their version of Fort Wapple. And I just thought, you know what, we should do that at Adepticon. Again, that way, maybe if folks want to see me and talk to me about certain things, if I'm shut away in a classroom for hours at a time, that's not going to really be very helpful. So Armored Wolf and I, we've just been strategizing on how to maximize the time where I can talk with folks. We're even thinking that I might do some kind of public address announcement type thing, where I just kind of address everybody there. Now, this right here, let me see if I can clean that up a little bit here with some skin tones. We kind of lost a little bit of something here. When I actually paint out some of the furrows in his brow, sometimes you gotta simplify. Now, I could see some of the pictures of like a Nova and stuff. It seemed like they did have cameras and monitors. Obviously, it's way easier for the people in the class to see what's going on. Not like the old days where I used to have to paint miniatures backwards and over my head to try and show them to everybody. So that seems to be becoming more and more the norm, where the convention actually does have some camera material, monitors. Now I don't know about lights. That's basically I bring my own lights. I just kind of figure that I need to bring as much of my stuff as I can. There we go, a little bit more light on the little booties over here. Maybe a little bit more on the ends of the oxalis here. Okay, where's our other? Oh, well, you need some of this green here. Blending brush. Then some grayish green over here. On this side, blending brush. Van Dyke Brown on this side. Over here and there. And then we're going to do some cleanup over here too. On these hands. Yeah, not going to put a bunch of blue on the side that's pointing towards the ground. But remember, there's going to be lots of greenery there. You have to keep that in mind. There is, so Armored Wolf has posted a link there to that Patreon page that we were talking about. And again, the Army Painter Pledge level, that's the one where as soon as you sign up to that, if you're going to binge them all, you'll have to binge them for the rest of your life. So Jimmy the Brush, well, I'll be doing some more of the Star Wars Shatterpoint stuff. We finished off a couple of weeks ago. We finished off the Inquisitor box. I've got a box of, I think, regular Jedi that we're going to be doing. We're working on a whole bunch of the Fiefdoms army here to go along with my Dol Am stuff. We got a bunch of Eldfall Chronicles miniatures that we've been painting up on the streams. And then, of course, we got more Song of Ice and Fire. A bunch more Song of Ice and Fire coming up. We did this one a couple of weeks ago. And lots of Hobbitses. There will be many, many more Hobbitses. We've just been having an absolute blast here with these 3D printed Hobbits and all kinds of 3D printed basing bits. So definitely more of the Trixie Hobbitses too. And I've got also some busts and some large scale things that'll be we'll be doing on the stream. It would be nice eventually to get back to doing terrain on the stream again. And then hopefully, eventually, live streaming games of Middle-earth SBG. Still working on the logistics of that. Also just trying to get reacquainted with the game. Yeah, now where is our... Oh, here, let me grab this without knocking over too many things here. Alright, we have them. So this was our Dragon Emperor. We painted this on 2 streams. We did the base and the Dragon Emperor on 1 stream. And then the Palanquin on the other. And that was really fun. Now I can actually play the Legendary Legion for the Easterlings. Already have Brogir and Rutabi painted up. So we'll be able to see what that Legion is like. Also, I was able to get... I have 2 Mono X printers now. 2 big old printers just working pretty much 24 hours a day. Printing away. Which has been super helpful for all the basing bits that I like to use. Alright, more of our yellow on the stems. Also, Jimmy the Brush. Yeah, I've been painting murals at a friend's house. I actually painted Bag End in a nursery. Now I'm painting the East Gate on another wall on their first floor. So yeah, that is something that the last time I did one of those was never. So that has been an all new thing. So those are the new ones there. Yeah, these are the old Mono X's here. I had one, and I needed the interchangeability of having 2 of the same thing. Sorry that those are giving you a little bit of a hassle there. What's funny is that's what it wanted me to... When I was looking for another Mono X, and I went on Amazon, and that's the one it wanted me to do, was the M5S, or was the Mono X 2.0 or something like that. And I said, no, I want a Mono X. Actually, Dave, we're going to have a bunch of names like that, just like we have for our hobbits, right? You know, like a half pint and Bilbo Bananagins, and of course we have Half Pint. So there's the MC Premium. Yeah, I was fortunate. I was almost tempted to try and find another Mono X just to have it, not even set up, leave it in the box. Just leave it in the box, and then when needed, break that out. It's like a break glass in case of emergency. I'm almost tempted to see if Micromark still has any of those available on clearance. My guess by now is they're probably all gone, but maybe they do. Again, safety in numbers. Here, let me see if I can get a little. I don't want to put too much reflected light on these leather segments here. It is kind of hilarious though to see these, since I have a leather armor vest like this. Now, what Jimmy the Bread, I hope that works out for you. Again, I just got kind of lucky here with the Mono X. Now again, you see here, there's that blue is reflecting onto the gold there. That's supposed to be shiny gold, and it's right next to blue. How in the world does it not reflect any of that blue? And you need a little bit of mid-tone now. That was all just dark there. So again, how can this be right next to all this blue, and yet none of the blue reflects onto that blade? Yeah, Jimmy the Brush, it seems like self-leveling printers is, well, that's going to basically be, I guess, the standard very soon, if it's not already. Although, actually, I have to say, I haven't re-leveled the Mono X printers ever since I started printing with them. But then again, I don't play around with different resins. Everything is the same resin. There's not, I don't experiment with a bunch of different things. Now, let me see if I can get, no, we wanted the blue to reflect that. We have our green over here. Do we do a little more of that maybe? Yeah, Bithron, is it a magical anti-reflection blade? I like to say that all the time. Let me see. Okay, do we got our green on this? What about this one? Okay, we did do that there. We need to get that line cleaned up, though. We need to sharpen that up. Yeah, there's some folks that I guess apparently they re-level the printer every time they take the build plate off, which if I had to do that, again, I'm running that printer usually, well, now it's more like 2 shifts a day because the prints I'm doing are just much bigger and they take much longer. But there will come a point again where I'm starting to do more of the 3 shifts a day. That would take forever in just leveling the stupid printer over again. So that would be crazy. I just didn't realize there was people that obsessed with leveling their printers. Yeah, I would think you're gonna start messing with those screws eventually. Keep loosening those screws, you're gonna, well, have a screw loose. And it's funny because most people have way higher failure rates than I do by like orders of magnitude. Well, I have very cautious printer settings. I figure if it takes twice as long and it prints successfully, well, I'm good with that. Because a failed print is a wasted print. Wasted resin, wasted time. Don't have any of the... Can't do any of that. There's a couple of these little rivets got a little bit bigger than I wanted, so I'm going to cut some of those down. Boy, Bithron, those are still very mysterious to me. I mean, maybe one day I set up that Ender 3, because it's still totally intact, and I would imagine that the spools that I got, I mean, I don't know if the spools go bad after a while. I know the resin can, but just there's no resin that's going to sit around here that long for it to go bad. Alright, again, that's going to get some foliage down there. Here, I'm going to do a little bit of a pinline washi type thing. I'll just use this. We'll just use this and we'll get the Van Dyke Brown going out here. Oh, there is some Mars Black still left here. Okay, that's the Mars Black from Gamblin, not the usual Williamsburg. Yeah, that's still some of the primer that I threw there. Okay, that's better. Okay, just doing a little bit of pinline washi type stuff here. Most of that will be covered with flocking foliage, so I won't go too crazy with that. Yeah, I guess we can always give it a try there, Bithron, and see. Alright, here, let me get the little separation for that. So again, this is the old GW one right here. Get a little bit more thinner in this. This one. Yeah, here, this guy. That's better. Okay, then this, where it was just the bare tree bark. Yeah, it's going to really benefit from having all that fucking foliage on it. You're doing a little bit better over here. Again, this is another one of the old metal GW versions here. But actually, I think now it's 2:45 in the morning, and we've been doing this for over 6.5 hours. Actually, let's see if Magical Hack is still streaming. I just want to double check, because it's been probably like 45 minutes since I last checked. Well, let's see. We have Pittman. Okay, he's just started. So Magical Hack is, yes, he's painting. Okay. But I do want to say thanks to everybody for all the bits, the subs, the follows, and the cheers. Thanks for all the raids, of which there were many. Tonight's stream was definitely one of raids. So we appreciate all the raids. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate Bithron doing the clips there. There was one or two clips to do, wasn't there? And thank you so much, Chromonaut community. Appreciate you being here. And again, check out Chromonaut Community's YouTube channel. I just did a video on there. Oh, geez, thanks, T. Carol. Glad that you've been hanging out here. So my voice is starting to go away too. That's the other reason. And thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Appreciate that. Steep, you have a good one. Thanks so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Everybody, please give Steep T a follow too if you could. That would be sensational. And everybody, check out Chromonaut Community's YouTube channel. So yes, we did not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 of these guys here. with all the plaids, all the metals, all the stuffs, and the wood, the wood right there. So here I'm going to get that rate countdown underway. Let's get this going here, because we still got printing to do yet. Yes, we still do. So thanks again, everybody. Really appreciate you being here. We'll be back at it tomorrow and then again Saturday. So thanks so much, everybody.